Hi there, everybody. Hello. Hi there, everybody.
I can hear myself.
Hello. Echo.
Hi there, everybody. I can hear myself.
Hello. Echo.
Stop that. Here we go. Why is my camera shorter today? Is my camera taller?
How's it going? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everyone's doing well. Let's see who's here. Steve, welcome. Yes, this one started early. We are going to start having all of our Sunday night streams starting earlier. That way, we don't have to stay up till 4 in the morning. This is also the first time on tonight's stream, on the Sunday night stream, where we moved the member patron wheel to a new night. So we're going to be doing one night, one wheel, one love. Quispy, hello. Name, hello. Ella Bartel, wonderful. Hocus, Hollow Focus, love to see you. Neko Warlock, what's up, dude? Derek asks, is there someone to set up to record the pieces reviewed in Discord, or should I do it? I will be honest, I have never set up anybody to record the pieces in Discord, so the only times that has happened has been when somebody has done it out of the kindness of their heart. So if somebody wants to do it out of the kindness of their heart, they can, but there is zero pressure to do that. Is it $5 a month to join the member wheel? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It also, I will say, if you do it on the YouTube, if you join on YouTube, then you also don't get any like ad reads or anything like that. And if you do it on Patreon, you get access to all my homebrew also. So pick your poison if you're interested. I need to wash this. 1 second. I need to wash this thing. I need to wash this thing. I need to wash this thing. I did wash this thing. I did wash this thing. If you ever want to really impress people, do a weird crab run every now and then. They'll be like, what the fuck? Also, my fly is down, so you all might have got a nice little peek of something. Who knows? I don't think so, though. I think I was good. I think I was covered. Covered enough, anyway. Yeah, so what was somebody was asking about the patron? Yeah, so basically the way that it is going to work moving forward, exactly, crab, eggplant, exactly, Gertie. So the way that it's going to work moving forward is every Sunday night is going to be the open forum homebrew review night, which basically means anyone can send stuff. The wheel is the decider of what we look at. Classic stream. There are going to be some changes to some weeks. I am going to start every now and then doing themed weeks. So we're still going to have some that are just open forum, but there are going to be some where the instructions are kind of different. I might I might do a week that's just monsters, or I might do a week that's just magic items, or I might do a week where you have to build your homebrew around a certain phrase or a concept. I may be like, well, you have to make up something related to Power Rangers or something. So we're going to have some themed weeks moving forward, but not this week. And then the other thing is that every Thursday night, I'm going to be streaming as well. But those streams, the only homebrew I'm going to be looking at are people that are submitting through being members or Patreon. So basically, if you want to support me financially and want an opportunity to have more homebrew reviewed, that's the way to do it. The other thing that is going to be different about the Thursday night streams is if the creators, if the writers want to come on stream and to talk about their pieces, then they are going to be able to do that. So if a little bit of an extra benefit. And then other than that, we're going to be doing more D&D helpline streams where you guys call in, because that was ridiculously fun and very, very easy to put together. There was a little tech hiccup at the start, but but we figured it out. Yeah, there's also just new stuff coming up. I'm going to be playing like a narrative story game starting tomorrow, actually. Not tomorrow, starting on Tuesday. But Tuesday and next Tuesday, I'm going to be doing like a narrative storytelling game with Origami Art, Origami Curio, if you're familiar with her. And I think we're just gonna start trying to do some new stuff. There were some ideas the mods were kicking around in the Discord. I think Databank suggested we do something where we spotlight some homebrew that is in the Discord, like pick things from the peer review. Have like the mods pick a couple pieces that we think like are really, really wonderful pieces and deserve to get a little bit of like a pat on the back. So we might start doing that. And those will be less of a homebrew review and more of like a, let's take a look at some of the cool people in our community. And that should be nice. And I don't know, other bullshit. Anyway, hi. Good to see you guys. Guys, I was in the car all friggin' day. Also, we're starting earlier. We're starting at 6. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I don't care. Because I want to do it. Because I want to. It would be nice to not stay up till 4 in the morning every time I stream. You know? I'm not totally against it, but I'm also not totally into it. Yeah, and we got like a bunch of friggin' folks from other countries. We got some UKs, we had some Frenches, we had all sorts. So, the Argentines, we had a couple Kiwis. Anyway. I got stuff stuck in my teeth because I was trying to eat really fast so I wouldn't be late for stream. Who else is here? Artbook Gaming. That's a very prestigious seeming name. Idiot Sandwich. Hello. Tyler Smith. Hey. Game Rose. Love to see you. Just got off work. Great. CST gang. You ate kiwi yesterday? You want to know something weird about kiwi? That little thing I think pops up when somebody follows me on Twitch. I don't think that pops up when someone follows me on YouTube. Or at least I didn't set it up to. If it does that automatically, that's pretty cool. But what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Fuck was I gonna say? Oh, kiwis. I used to eat kiwis with the skin on them. I used to not peel them. I would just eat them. Apparently that's weird. I don't know. It's an earthquake. It's an earthquake. Oh god. Guys, I'm in a weird mood. All right. How was everybody's week? Did everyone have a good week? Used your 9th level spell slot to cast Eldritch Blast. Buddy, that's just a cantrip, my dude. Chill. You don't need to use a spell slot. You're getting 4 beams if you're casting 9th level spells. Ton of fiber. I slept outside without a tent and then fasted and did a day of service. Sheesh. Why? I am now part of an honor society for scouts called the Order of the Arrow. Oh, that's probably why. That makes sense. You got sick and you got better and you wrote way too much homebrew? Hell yeah. That's a journey. Studying for exams. Oof, I do not want to be in your spot. I was talking to my sister about this. So I have a sister who's about 10 years younger than me. And I was talking to her about how if I had to take a test now, I don't know how I would do that. I don't know how I would study for a test. Like, I don't think I could ever be a lawyer because I would need to learn how to take a test again in a way that I don't think I have in me. Do you have a favorite type of homebrew to review? Vander, I do not. I will tell you the homebrew that I like reviewing the most is when it is very lean. I like lean homebrew. If I see it, truthfully, that's what I like the most. The most efficiently you can explain how something works. The more efficiently you can explain how something works, the more I like it. Is usually how it goes. If you have a really elegant way of wording a mechanic in 2 sentences that somebody else might take a paragraph or 2 paragraphs to word, I will like your piece more. That's really the only, I won't even like it more. I prefer it because it's funner. It's easier to get through. That's really what it comes down to, because there is an element of reading your homebrew where I am like thinking about, okay, what is this author trying to do? What is their goal? I have to figure out their goal just by reading their piece. And that's a good challenge because your piece should very clearly express its goal, but sometimes it doesn't. So there's an element of like trying to figure out what the goal is. And that's one side of things. But the other side of things is literally just I have to read it. And I have to read most of it most of the time. And if reading it feels like work, then that is harder for me to enjoy. Does that make sense? So I don't really care what you write. It's more about how pleasant it is to read. Or how easy it is to read. And the ease of reading generally has to do with how dynamic it is, how sort of flavorful it is, and how concise and precise it is. I did the Franloof with my mom, and her bag got stolen because we left it out of the bank, and the bank... Wait, what? What is the Franloof? With my mom and her bag got stolen because we left it out on the bank, like the bank you sit in, not the money bank. Oh, I see. Sorry, her bag got stolen, and I'm wondering what the Franloof is. As soon as I finished uni, any ability to study went out the window? Yeah. Who's a lawyer? No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a rules lawyer? Maybe. It's a German word that would translate to woman run. All right. Cool. Honestly, that's why I mostly give out grammar and language advice in the Discord, because it's really crucial. Yeah. The thing is, there are, at the end of the day, a great deal of critiquing homebrew is just opinion. A lot of it is. Even if I'm trying really hard not to be opinionated, a lot of it is me thinking these things tie together well. I'm feeling the connection of how these things tie together into something cool. But the grammar can get to me, man. The grammar can get to me. Bag of Chaos, Bag of Holding, but it's random AF. Yeah, that's a good item. If you don't know the difference between there, and there, don't talk to me. Joking. Yeah, that's all right. Hey, Data. There's a design theory there as well. That's true, Data. Databanks made a great suggestion in the Discord. Oh, I guess one of the other things that you get, I didn't even think about this. One of the other things you get if you're a member or you're a patron is you can give suggestions for types of streams to do. Or at least I'll listen to them more likely. Data suggested that we try a stream where, and maybe I think we do this regularly, where some group of people, I'm thinking it'll be mods, go through the homebrew in the Discord, just sort of casually, pick a couple exemplary pieces, and then there is some element of nominating them, and then we like show them off on stream and be like, look how cool this person is. I think it's a good idea. Pro tip, don't write the entirety of Lord of the Rings to describe how your sword makes fire. Yeah, that's a pretty decent tip. Look at this wheel today. Guys, small wheel tonight. Not a huge wheel. Oh, it's small for us. I think we had 55 submissions tonight, so not a giant wheel. Not the biggest wheel this side of the Mississippi, but you know, not the smallest either. We do what we do. You cast Meteor Swarm. All right. Good luck. I'm thinking of putting my homebrew Tessaiga into D&D Beyond. I'd like to hear your opinion on how it builds with the character and requires material to unlock certain abilities. If I look at it, I will take a look and I will let you know. Where do people make their homebrew stuff? Websites? I think the best places to make homebrew, honestly, the best place to write homebrew is a Google Doc. If you're just writing it, because you're going to be, helps with grammar and stuff. If you want to be making it look pretty, the place that I use is the Homebrewery, which is this website, where basically you have like writing and like coding, and it's a little confusing, but not impossible to learn. The other option is GM Binder. Oh, not the Jim Bro Warlock. That was a warlock that we looked at last week. That's funny. The GM I could just click this. The GM Binder, you basically is a website that helps you like build things, and you can get them to look cool, where you get like everything looks all nice and formatted and stuff. It does a lot of the work for you. GM Binder is more limiting than Homebrewery, but they both are fine, and they're both good and bad in their own ways. But for the purposes of being reviewed on YouTube, or being reviewed by me, and for the purpose of making sure your piece is like as good as it can be before you give a shit about anything else, Google Docs are really all you need. I enjoy using D&D Beyond, but I understand that it's going downhill a bit. I don't know about that. I've never built anything on D&D Beyond, so I actually don't know. Helps you set it up, but you don't have to get as gritty as Homebrewery. Yeah. Exactly. GM Binder does a lot of stuff automatically for you, but it's less flexible. Feel bad sending my same last message, but I really want to know. All right, what's your message? What class would you want to see a new subclass for most? I have the energy to make homebrew, but need a catalyst to narrow it down. I'll tell you what I don't want to see. I don't want to see a paladin. I don't want to see a monk. I don't want to see... What was the other one that I was seeing a lot of people? And I'm going to be honest, I don't want to see a barbarian for a little while. I mean, I like all of them, but people seem to send me a shit ton of paladins to read and a shit ton of monks to read. I would love to see a rogue. I would love a rogue. I would love a bard. I would also no artificers. You can send them to me, but this is what you guys said the most. You send the most paladins, artificers, and monks. You also send me barbarians, but I think it's because I like barbarians so much. So here's what I'd say. Send me a friggin' rogue. Yeah, get me a rogue. Or a warlock. Yeah. Get me a warlock. Dude, here's the problem with artificers is everybody tries to everybody feels like their artificer needs to be so complicated. Like the problem is every time someone sends me an artificer, it's 4 pages long. I would love to see an artificer if you can make it not take 4 pages to explain the new mechanic you want to give it. That's what I would say. I'm gonna see if Patrick Perini wants to join us tonight. Let me just see if he wants to. Oh, he's already figured in here.
Hello.
Hey, dude, what's up?
Not much. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. I was about to see if you wanted to come in, and then I saw you already here.
Yeah. We'll start.
That's no worries. Folks that don't know, this is Patrick Perini. Patrick Perini is the enigmatic dungeon master of my wonderful podcast, Unbalanced Encounters. It's not really my podcast; it's sort of our podcast. But
we are a collective.
If you want to hear what it sounds like to hear me play a character sometimes on a D&D show / Patrick Perini be one of the best friggin' dungeon masters I've ever had, check it out. Also, does this mountain look like a turtle? What's the deal with that? I don't know. All right.
Good question. Nobody knows.
Pat, how you doing?
I sent this website to somebody earlier. Somebody I'm hoping maybe wants to advertise with us. I did not get an indication as to whether or not they want to advertise with us, but they did immediately send nice website. So we have that going for us.
All right. Are they cool? All right. Well, don't bounce them on stream, but I'll ask
I'm not gonna. No, I mean, that was me being tactfully non-committal.
All right. Off stream, I'm curious to hear who they are. Ooh, next week. Okay, we're starting, guys. We're starting. We have Adelphos. Adelphos. Also, Pat.
To be fair, yeah. What's up?
I don't know if you know, but I'm splitting the wheels up. So we're doing a one wheel. We're not. No, it's gonna be simple. And also,
I like it.
The other thing that's nice about it is because this is the open forum anything goes wheel, and it has its own night, I don't feel like we need to feel compelled to get through any number. We can get through as many or as little as we want. Ideally, we get through more. But the only night that I feel more emotionally compelled to is the one where people are, paying me.
100%.
Okay,
100%.
let's see. let's see. Listen, guys, I still love you, and I'm still going to try to get to them. Don't worry. Okay, let's see. Adelphos. Whoa, there was a problem. All right, let's see what Adelphos says.
A lot happening.
Adolfo says 3 things. Also, wait, chat. How's the balance of the sound? Can you guys hear Pat okay? Can you hear me okay? Do we sound at least reasonably in the same audio area? Let me know.
Tell us. Tell us now.
Phantasmal Emperor says, listen, this is a backhanded compliment that I'm getting from Phantasmal Emperor. Here, this is it. It says, I learned so much from these streams, but I have realized that sometimes you forgot that monsters have proficiency bonuses based off their CR. Which is why in some streams the math seems off. Brother Bear, I'm going to be honest with you. I think you're talking out of your ass. Because I'm going to say 99% positive I have never had that come up as an issue. In fact, I would go as far as to say, as every time that the math is off, I look to the strength and the dex, and then I look to the proficiency bonus. So I think you're just wrong, but I appreciate the thought. Okay.
Also, anybody who's coming up in the chat saying a monster's proficiency bonus is not based off of its CR, a monster's proficiency bonus is based off of its CR. Its CR is just arbitrary. There's not a rule saying what its CR should be. It's just a guess.
Yeah. It's sort of like how monsters also don't have a specific number of hit die. Like, they have a specific size of hit die, but if you want a very small creature to have a very low constitution and a lot of life, you can just have it have 30 hit die, and technically it's within the rules.
There's no math there. And then that'll affect the CR. How? We kind of vibe it out.
Yeah. Okay, let me see what this wonderful person said. They said, first thing, my first homebrew, I altered some of it to make it more D&D lingo-esque, but otherwise it's pretty much the first draft. All right, I'm curious what that means. I made for a friend. It's purposefully niche. Okay, English isn't your first language. That's fine. And the format may have gotten. Yes. Sometimes the format does get. Oh, Adelpho, you fell for the oldest. You fell into the first pit trap, my friend. There are
falling at the first hurdle, Adelpho.
There are at least two places that you must pass through to get to sending me a document that tell you that you need to give me access, or I can't look at it. So, Adolfo, I'm so sorry.
Next time.
We're
next
moving
time.
on. It's okay. Starting strong. Starting strong.
Imagine how great it would be if everyone figured out how to collectivize and troll you so that you don't have access to any of the documents tonight.
That would be such a funny prank. Oh my god. Dude, it would take a little bit of collaboration, but it would be
like 50 people minimum.
But it would be so funny. Oh my god,
really
that would be so funny. Okay, this is Psycho Jenny. Psycho Jenny left no message. We're going in blind.
Oh, yeah, self-assured. That's got assured energy.
That's okay. Here, I just posted it in the chat if anyone wants to take a look themselves. Also, I don't know if any of my Discord mods are here, but I gave you guys access to this, so feel free to use that power if you want to. Okay. Oh, it's a monster. Oh, fuck yeah, we're starting with a monster. Okay. The Obsidian Orc. The Obsidian Orcs dwell within the volcanic regions transformed by an explosive eruption. Their black skin and affinity for obsidian define them. With exceptional strength and combat prowess, they wield enchanted black blades that slice through armor and drain the life force of their foes. Their proximity to volcanic energy grants them resistance to fire and slashing damage. Okay, I'm going to stop right here for a second, and I'm just going to point something out that I think is kind of interesting. So, everything that's written here so far is perfectly clear. The grammar is not bad, but there is a distinctive feeling of repetition in the way that you are expressing these sentences. This is this. This is this. It creates a feeling of monotony that is, I think, pulling away, because all of the ideas that you're getting out are super clear. It's just like it feels like I'm reading like almost like an instruction manual. Like it feels this. I would strongly encourage you to try to get a little bit more feeling in, and in getting some of that feeling in, diversify your sentence structure a little bit more.
I also love where you stopped, because I feel like you stopped at a very natural inflection point, which was kind of right around their proximity to volcanic energy grants them resistance to fire and slashing damage, which is not only, I think, where it starts to feel repetitive, it's also where it starts to feel very instruction-y,
Mm-hmm.
because that sentence in particular probably doesn't need to be here. That is a
Mm-hmm.
very mechanical sentence. You could maybe rephrase that something around like, hardened obsidian skin makes them, sort of immune to their fiery surrounding, right? Like you could probably work that in if you need to, but resistance to fire and slashing damage, that's a very mechanical thing. It doesn't need to be in the description. You're going to put that in the stat block elsewhere.
Mm. All right. Yeah. All right, let's keep reading. They disrupt magic, causing spells to falter. Obsidian orcs revere their artisans and warriors residing in remote cave settlements. Facing them requires courage and skill. Legends speak to their ancient forges, unlocking the secrets of obsidian craftsmanship. They are formidable foes and enigmatic allies, leaving a lasting mark on the volcanic lands. Yeah, I think you could probably cut about a third of this out, and I think it would feel stronger.
Like, it is evocative though.
No, that's the thing is it's not badly written. Everything is clear. All these details feel pertinent. It's just the way that it's written is could lose a little bit of oomph. The things that I would probably pull out are like phrases like this. Facing them requires courage and skill. I feel like that doesn't actually add anything new, unless like I feel like the only time I would put a sentence like this in is if I had a monster where facing them required like silliness and lack of skill, because that is not something you would expect. I feel like you always are expected a little bit of courage and skill when going into a monster fight, So I don't know if it's needed. Okay, let's move on. All right, let's look at this bad boy. He's got an AC of 17, natural armor class. Fun fact: if you want to give your monster a very specific armor class and you don't want to think about any of the mechanics for an armor class, you just think this armor class makes sense and I don't want to make it work, you just write the word natural armor and it's fine. So that's how you do that. Somebody check to make sure the math here is good. I think it is. Okay, we have athletics, we have perception. We are immune to slashing and fire. That's kind of fun. Slashing, but not bludgeoning or piercing is kind of fun. I like that.
That's non-magical slashing. You need to specify. Otherwise, it is, I think, default interpreted as all slashing, including magical.
That's a good point. I would probably make it non-magical.
I would probably too.
All right, let's see what else we got going on. Brute. They deal an extra damage die. It's included in the stat block. This is just a pretty common thing for monsters. They're magic resistant. Cool. Black blades. Here we go. Let's get into the meat. The Obsidian Orc's weapons are forged from enchanted obsidian, granting them an otherworldly, dark appearance. I feel like the word obsidian's coming up too much, but I accept that it maybe is needed. Attacks with these weapons count as magical and deal an additional 1d6 damage. So the weapons deal more damage and then extra more damage. Interesting.
I wonder why that's structured in that way.
I was going to say, why would you not? I would probably tie black blades into Brute. I would just make them one feature.
Can I make a counter argument for why I think it might be interesting that they are two features?
Sure.
Looting the body.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. I see
swords, not only are they very strong, but the swords themselves are more powerful. And
oh,
so
I see. Yeah.
They kind of have a baked-in homebrew magic item stat block for these weapons.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah, I like that. I think that makes sense. Okay, yeah. I accept. I'm moving on. Spell Disruption. Any creature that starts its turn within 30 feet of the Obsidian Orc must make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw or have its concentration on spells or magical effects broken. That is cool and powerful. I like it.
That's really strong, yeah.
That is, that's a beastie move right there. Shadowblade Assault. After hitting a target with a melee weapon attack, the Obsidian Orc can attempt to unleash the power of the Black Blade. See Shadowblade Assault. All right, let's scroll down. Okay, so we got
Cinder. I want to bounce back up to Spell Disruption if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Is 30 feet too much? Because that's the range of a lot of spells.
Well, it's the range for casting them, but not necessarily maintaining concentration on them. So the way that
You
this
kind of
is
have to
written,
get in and faint back.
yeah, the way that this is written is if you're not concentrating on something on the start of your turn, it doesn't matter. So if you start your turn within the 30 feet, or even step within 30 feet and then step back, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
It's a little big. I don't know. My initial thought is it's a CR7 monster, so like I feel like that's okay. If that did feel too strong, it would not be unreasonable, I think, to lower it to like 15 feet or even 10 feet if it seemed like that was too much.
Yeah, I like the idea that the DC is like inordinately high and unavoidable if you're within the aura, but I'm just thinking like CR7, I'm trying to peg it to like Paladin aura level at around that time, and I'm thinking 30 feet might be a little long. Gut instinct, no evidence for this.
Yeah.
But
somebody in chat, who was that? Cheap Tactics pointed out a good move. You say that this thing deals an extra damage die, but you don't actually express that here. So this should be 3d6, not 2d6, because you have the +1 from the Black Blade, but put that there. Okay, Greatsword, Javelin, or just things. Fix the math here. Shadow Blade Assault. Yes?
Sorry, Cinder, where were you just saying plus the 1d6?
They just didn't write the correct amount of d6 for their Greatsword. They said that it deals an extra damage die because of Brute, and then it deals an extra damage die because of Black Blades, but they don't express that initial damage die because of Brute in the monster stat
Yeah,
block.
Brute is missing. Cool.
With,
That's
with,
what I was
with
not
Javelin as well. So both the
Yes,
Javelin should be doing 2d6. This should be doing 3d6.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that chat is a little bit the video is a little bit behind the audio, so sometimes it's confusing when you and I are talking, dear Patrick. All right, let's look at what Shadow Blade Assault does. After hitting a target with a melee weapon attack, the Obsidian Orc can choose to unleash the power of the Black Blade. The target must succeed on DC 14 Wisdom save or be affected by one of the following effects. Shadow Veil, they are momentarily enveloped in swirling darkness. Don't say granting, just say they have disadvantage on attack rolls against the Obsidian Orc until the end of next turn. Why not attack rolls in general? Banishing Blade, the target has to make a DC 14 Charisma saving throw. This is after making the 14 Wisdom save, or be banished. While banished, they can't do anything. And then Siphon Soul, the target takes an additional 2d6 necrotic damage as the blade drains its life force. The Obsidian Orc regains hit points equal to the necrotic damage dealt. How often can they use this?
It's every attack.
I think I'm going to be honest. This should not be every attack. It's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's cool. I dig the features. They all feel really different. One is just a little more damage. One is disadvantage. And then the one that's clearly the strongest is also kind of capped behind 2 saving throws. But I feel like it should not be every attack. I want to suggest
once per turn, or maybe recharge.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe on like a really low recharge, like a 4 to 6 recharge. So it's like a 50% recharge, or somebody said it's sort of like a smite. Blackguard smite is just like this. I'm not familiar with the Blackguard. I can look it up.
Actually, Cinder, you know what could be really cool here, and this is not like this is purely an opinion idea. But one thing that I feel is kind of missing after spell disruption is any reinforcement of this spell disrupting narrative, right? Like they have this passive aura, and that's kind of it. What if Shadowblade Assault was something that they got to do once, period, right? Like the DM gets to show it off once, and then it only recharges when they disrupt the concentration of a spell.
Oh, that could be cool. So it recharges based on them sucking up spells. I like that. That would be an interesting thing to do. I like that a lot.
And you kind of play into that smite vibe a little bit, where it's like that whenever they get to disrupt a spell, they're like, it's like, you know, it glints off the Obsidian Blade and they get this magical sort of oomph to their attack.
Yeah. Very cool. I like it. I think it's a pretty solid piece. I feel like that could be a really nice way to like tie it up into a bow. But I think the idea is really solid. Data wants me to look something up. Blackguard, one word. All right, I'm looking it up, Data. All right. So they have this bonus action thing they can do on each of their turns, but I'm gonna make the argument for why it shouldn't be the same. Being blinded, where they can attempt to succeed again at the end of each of their turns, as well as being moved back 10 feet, are a lot weaker than these options, other than this one. So I stand by what I say. Okay. But yeah, I think it's pretty solid. I think it's a solid piece. I like it.
Yeah. Good start.
This has a few issues, but overall it's pretty good. Yeah, really, I think it had a nice feel to it too. Oh, it's Lorgu or ya boy.
Ya boy.
All right, let's see Lorgu. Let's see what Lorgu has to say. I had this idea while nostalgia tripping, and I have some mad meds right now. Okay, I finally got anxiety meds, so I read this out loud, right? Okay, just making sure. So I desperately needed, but I think the dose of meds gave me a little too high. You're just high. Okay, so you're just high. All right, so wording might be weird because you wrote this while you're a little high. All right, let's see what we're looking at. Been there. Have we? Read louder.
we do be reading these out loud.
That's funny. Okay. For a second I was like, oh, am I not loud enough? It's like, no, that's just lore being fucking goofy. Okay, let's take a look at this. The MGN Ring. Okay. Magic ring requires attunement by any creature. Sad face. While wearing this ring, you don't need to say any creature. You can just say requires attunement. Also, you should... That's really little. Should I be looking at what that says? Am I going to regret this? Almost not formatted because I'm lazy. Hee hee. Okay, that's fine. I accept that I read that. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Yeah. What I'm curious what rarity is, but I guess we'll see. When wearing this ring, the user can exclaim any 5-letter word that includes the words MGN. You mean the letters MGN?
Imagine probably.
In that order, with any vowel in between the consonants, to instantly make a number of golden arms equal to half their strength score to instantly appear behind him, fully controlled by the user, to a maximum of 46 hands, with a theoretical strength score of 24 or more. These hands can extend to a maximum of 15 feet. All right, well, I'm going to be honest with you. I can tell that you were a little fucked up when you wrote this, because how do we start with making up a 5-letter word, and that 5-letter word lead to summoning golden magical arms that extend out behind? Okay, let's try to break down what the logic of that was on the creators. Let's try to break down what that logic was. What do you think they were trying to say? What kind of words can you make with MGN? Magon? Mugen? Are there words? There's no words like that do that, correct? Are there any actual words?
I can't think of any. I'm searching. I'm like trying to use like a word on Scrambler. G and N. It's always N and G. What? Magna.
None of these are words.
None of these are words. The only one that I can think of.
Imagine is not a 5-letter word. Magnet.
Magnet, it's 6 letters.
Magnet's also 6 letters. Hey, Origami, how you doing, my darling? My champion. Yeah, my mistress of the Shadow Realm.
I think the idea is that you just make up, like, Mugen or, like, Mogon, right?
Okay, so you yell... Okay, so we yell Mogon, and then that makes...
Maiden.
And then that makes golden arms equal to half our strength score appear behind us, and we're fully controlling them. How can we have a maximum of 46?
No, 80, 90, 92.
Wait a minute.
You need a strength score of 92 to get a maximum.
Oh, they mean you have double the number of hands. Because if your strength score is 24, you can have 46. So if my strength is 10, I get 20 golden hands that extend out behind me in 15 feet. Yeah.
A lot of hands.
Yeah, well, we're going to see what they do. We don't really know what they do yet. I'm going to say you right now, though, this is, I don't know if this is intentionally goofy, but this is chaotic. to say the least.
Pretty goofy.
I'm down for the ride, but I'm feeling the chaos immediately.
Yeah.
Okay. The golden arms have the same strength score of the user and can be used to hold, push, pull, do really simple stuff. As the coordination of the hands is low, and they are girthy hands with thick fingers.
I accept.
Girthy. Patrick, you love alliterations, don't you?
I appreciate a good alliteration, yes.
How do you feel about girthy golden hands?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
We got to get that girth. All right, this is going to be the adult homebrew night.
You know what? I'll tell you something, Cinder. For as chaotic as this is, I'm surprisingly not taking issue with like the mechanics of this. Like, it's very flavorful, but it's also so far only interacting with spaces that are not very mechanically rigorously defined. So it's like, you say that they can't do, like, they're literally the line here, like, the coordination of the hands is low, and they are girthy with 3 thick fingers. It's like, I kind of understand what you're trying to get across from a mechanic. Like, they can't do dexterous things, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm following, which is weird.
Yeah, I would probably treat it like Mage Hand in terms of getting the language for how you actually break down what they can do.
Yeah.
Like, I probably wouldn't let them wield weapons or things like that. Okay, the wearer can choose to feel or not feel the hands. Ooh. Sorry. When using it, such as texture of an object or heat. Okay. The hands can be grabbed by a stronger opponent, and when subjected to a strength score of +2 of the combined number of hands currently at a target, suppose 12 hands are pushing someone, the strength score is 22. Okay, now you're losing me. Is 11. If the thing they're pushing require a DC of 13 or higher to be pushed after some seconds, the hands would explode into shiny glitter like... Okay, so this is what they want this to say. What they want to say is you can make contested strength checks with the hands, and instead of rolling a strength check, you pick the amount of hands that you're making do the thing.
Used. And then it's 12 plus that number or 2 plus that number?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I'm confused. I think that is enough feedback that we can move on and say, if you want that to be the mechanic that's confusing as hell, you got to figure out how to write it more clearly. Yeah, 100%. When the subject is... Like, what does it mean when subject to a strength score of +2 of the combined... I'm just confused.
Yeah, I don't.
This is very unclear. If you want to make this, if you said it was based off of you said they used your own strength earlier, just make them based off your own strength. Yeah,
the math ain't mathing.
Yeah. What's going on here? Are these other things, or are you just saying nonsense at the end? Quickly, with some in-world story trivia that I feel makes the item more interesting. All right, that sentence is not a sentence, but I do appreciate that you wrote it. The person first gets this ring was a famous boulder holder. All right. Yeah, I'm glad you're on new meds. I'm excited to see how they work out for you. This is a fun idea. I mean, a magic item that just gives you a bunch of arms is pretty cool. I just think you got to figure out what's going on here at the end. But yeah, that's a fun concept for sure. Lorgu, good luck. Good luck on your journey of psychedelic experiences. Dude, I don't click random links. You know this about me at this point.
There is, Cinder, I went ahead and clicked it, and it is a YouTube clip to an anime thing called Mugen the Hand, where there's golden hands.
Is it a video of the thing that we just read about, basically?
Pretty much.
All right, cool. Well, yeah, if you all want to see it, you can check it out. This is from Geo. This is my idea for a sort of Link-inspired ranger to make a focus fire item savant feel. How'd I do? Oh, guys, I'm going to be honest with you.
You've got the right person in the room for this.
Yeah, Patrick is friggin' obsessed with the only thing that Patrick likes more than Zelda is Splatoon.
Honestly, I
know that's not true.
I probably like Zelda more than I like Splatoon.
Not Tears of the Valley or Kingdom Sadness. What is it called? Tears of the Sadness? Tears of the Kingdom?
Tears of the Stuff. Hi, Ori. Have you started Tears of the Kingdom yet?
You're on the link.
Jesus Christ. Hi, Origami.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I heard link. I can't. I can't stay away.
Are you streaming right now?
No.
You're just hanging out because you think we're friends and you like us?
Yes, because we're friends.
Yeah, that makes me so happy.
Of course.
L. I don't know what that L's to, but anyway, listen. You guys want to learn about this link? This link thing.
This link.
Also, thank you for bringing us a ranger.
All right. Yeah, we haven't seen a ranger in a hot second. Okay. Actually, it's a good opportunity to talk about some ranger basics if we really want to, but we can move on. Okay, let's see. We have 3 features at first level. One is tools for success. Starting at I posted this in the chat. I did. Okay. Starting at 3rd level, you can imbue mundane objects with a bit of your power and become even better at using them. You can choose, put another O here. You can choose another.
Also, imbue is spelled incorrectly.
Yeah, put an E. And probably a U somewhere in there. You can choose a number of mundane objects in your inventory equal to your proficiency bonus. And whenever you make a skill check using that item, you can add your wisdom modifier to the roll. At the end of a long rest, you can choose to change which objects are imbued with your power. Interesting.
See that?
You don't like that? You do like that.
I'm so curious. I love that. Because as far as I can tell, all it's doing is saying that up to a proficiency bonus times per long rest, you get to add your wisdom modifier to a skill check. There's no mechanical way to tell me that I'm not using an apple in this like lock picking, right? Like that's a narrative tool singularly.
True.
So proficiency bonus times per day, I get wisdom modifier to the skill check. And I think for a 3rd level ranger feature, that's really nice. That's a really nice ranger feature. But making it about item manipulation is just a little bit more flavorful and feels very Zelda. Like, I like that quite a bit.
Good, because I'm about to read this other 3rd level feature, and I don't like it.
Okay.
3rd level, the other 3rd level feature, Focus Fire. You learn the Hunter's Mark spell, and it does not count against the number of ranger spells you know. In addition, you can cast it once without expending a spell slot, regaining this ability when you take a short or long rest. If you already have the Hunter's Mark spell, gain 1 additional known spell of 1st level. And then at 11th level, the damage from your Hunter's Mark becomes a D8 instead of a D6. I will say that that is pretty lackluster feeling. I think that that's like almost all rangers at 3rd level get some way of dealing more damage, and it's more or less, and it's in different ways, but it always turns out to around basically a D6 per turn is basically how it works most of the time. Like the Drake Wardens get their Drake reaction infusion, and some get other things, but like the Gloomstalker does more, but they only get it once because they only get it at the beginning of combat. The Fey Wanderer Ranger, those are D4s, not D6s, but it's every attack they make that turn. So if they're double swording, they're getting it twice, so it sort of balances out. But I would strongly encourage you, like, man, we don't get that much in life. You know, like, there's, like, how much time do we spend on this earth, you know? And how many games of D&D do we ever actually get to really play? And how often can we...
Never enough.
Never enough. And
Early.
And if I want to be Link, I want to be Link. I don't want to be Hunter's Mark. You know? Make me Link.
Can I? So I think I see what they're going for here.
Explain it.
And I think what they're going for here is that in almost every incarnation of a Zelda game, your kind of core ability is to like auto-target
Okay, that's where you were going.
Right, like auto-target an enemy, and that gives you the ability to land very strong and well-timed hits. And in later games like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, it opens up like radically more complex options like Flurry Rush and Sneak Strike. But I think it kind of comes down to this idea that like Link is very good at picking one enemy and hitting it really hard, right? Like that is a core kind of video game mechanic here. So I kind of see what they're going for here, and I have a thought as to something that you could potentially do that's very in this vein, but is a little bit lackluster.
Yeah.
And again, take this or leave this, but my pitch here is give bonus damage on attacks made against creatures on which you're concentrating spells on, which is like a shitty way to say that. But like if you have Hunter's Mark or the Tasha's feature or like Fairy Fire up on a target, you get bonus damage against that target. Right? You focus the damage in on the thing that you're fighting.
Can I? Yeah, I get. All right, here's what I'm bumping up against.
Sure.
I don't think when I'm trying to take something from a video game or from a movie and put it in D&D, I think the most important question to ask is what are the most important parts to accomplish the goal, and what is the goal?
Sure.
I don't think it's realistic to try to encapsulate the entirety of a fictional character in a different medium. Certainly not a game with rules and that sort of thing. I feel like this feeling can be accomplished with the archery fighting style or a fighting style and just the spell Hunter's Mark as normal. And I feel like it would be so much more advantageous to start getting cool object stuff at 3rd level, you know? Like, why do we have to wait till because at 7th level it looks like we're getting a bunch of weird stuff. I don't know why we have to wait that long. I don't like that we have to wait that long.
Good Lord, I scrolled down. You make a very compelling argument.
Take some of that and bring it up.
Because I see like 30 things that happen at 7th. Okay, let's move on to 7th level.
Yeah, 7th level may just be too big, and we may need to break that up. Yeah.
Could be an at will, like dropping concentration on a spell. I mean, yeah, I don't think that there is I don't think that we need to accomplish the goal that this is trying to accomplish, in my opinion. I think we should lean more into the stuff that is like weird object interactions and, fun gimmicky shenanigans. Okay, at 7th level, you have learned to use adventuring equipment with finesse and skill almost unheard of, and can use them in unique ways. Long grab. If you are wielding a grappling hook, you can use it to grab and retrieve objects as far as 30 feet away. Okay, so we're just getting all the Zelda powers. If you throw a bomb, it deals an extra 2d6 thunder damage. If you are wearing boots, you gain advantage on saving throws against being knocked prone. If you emergency deployment, if you're wearing a cape or cloak, you can use your reaction to negate any fall damage up to 100 feet. I would probably give you resistance to fall damage, not have you just negate it. Reveal truth. If you look in the mirror, you gain advantage on checks and saves to see through illusions. You can use an object interaction as a bonus action. I would drop this. Unfortunately, I would drop this because this is like the key mechanic of the Thief Rogue, and I would just drop this entirely. In addition, you learn 2 hidden skills and learn 2 additional at 15th level. When you can wait a minute. Does that mean you only learn 2 of these? Okay, so if you only learn 2 of these, okay, that balances us out quite a bit. But put this at the top. We need to know that we're only learning 2 immediately. The other thing is just friggin' split these up. Make some of these at 3rd level. Make some of them at 7th level. That's what I'd do. Or
I will also say
make more and make it like Battlemaster maneuvers, where it's like every couple levels you pick some. But start it at 3rd level. Don't start with this shenanigans.
Well, that could be the Battlemaster.
I like that.
I like that.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
And then you can always be a little different every time.
Yeah.
And, you're not having to think about 80 things at once.
The other thing is there's like a couple little things that you just need to clarify here. Like, how long do you get advantage on saves and checks against illusions with a mirror? Is there a limit to do the boots need to be a certain type of boot? What does a bomb mean? Like there's a lot of things that could be like what item specifies as a bomb.
So I would say that 2 of these flag for me is like you need to provide definitions, which are grappling hook and bomb. But I kind of like the idea that like boots and mirrors and stuff are potentially just those mundane items.
No.
Right?
We still need to know like how long they affect you. Like if I
100%. I wasn't coming against that. I just think it's fun to continue the motif of mundane interactions. I think that's a good point.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah. And it's different enough from Battle Masters because it's not really based on like attacks, and it's not resource based. So like once you have one of these features, the resource is based on the item that you have, which is very Link and Zelda feeling, which I think is nice. I like that.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, let's look at Rangers don't get something at 16th level. Let's look at the 11th level feature. When you succeed on an attack roll against a creature affected by your Hunter's Mark, you can use a bonus action to command an ally to use their reaction to make a weapon attack against the same creature. If the attack hits, it deals an extra 1d6 damage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all expended uses at a long rest. This feature is mechanically totally fine. Flavor-wise, I feel like you are really missing the mark. This doesn't feel like a Link move at all. Link is a solo man.
Well, I mean, in the latest game, less so, but the latest game is the only one that I can think of where that's really just not the case. So I think overall I agree.
Story game wise, yeah. I mean, I guess you could argue for like Hyrule Warriors.
But I also mean like,
right.
but I also mean like it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't feel very evocative of the class. I would lean more into the weird item use stuff. All right, let's look at.
And this is Cinder. This is somewhere where I would reiterate exactly what you were saying, right?
Was there a shield thing in the first one? Because I feel like
no, but a shield glide. Yeah, shield ride would be fun.
Anything with this, like doing anything with the shield, like, you know, allowing the shield with the bow. I don't know, something, anything.
100%.
I feel like that's a missed opportunity.
Link is an undying creature that is reborn in new generations when the Eldritch forces of the Gorgonon send the boy of the women folk to start stuff. Isn't that the plot?
I don't think too hard about any.
I think I did.
That's close enough.
Did I do the thing where I danced around the plot? I think I
pretty
did.
well. Yeah.
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 He's a furry.
Good
yeah,
enough.
he's a furry. All right. Let's look at the capstone feature of a ranger is 14th level or 15th. 14 or
is it? It's 15.
It's one of those two. It's not 16 though.
Yeah, it's 15. I just looked.
All right, let's see. You have learned to target a weakened opponent and identify critical weaknesses in their defenses. You can just say you have learned to target critical weaknesses in enemies' defenses. You're basically saying the same thing twice here. An attempt to target them with great amount of focus. You just said the same thing 3 times in a row, potentially ending an enemy in one hit. When you land a blow on a foe, with your Hunter's Mark applied to it, you can attempt to land a finishing blow. As a reaction to successfully damaging a creature, you may... Okay, so guys, we are past May.
Oh, here we go.
We are past May, so here's what I'm going to do now. I am no longer going to immediately stop when I see May, but I am going to look at you as the writer, and I'm going to say something mean about you, the writer. That's what you get. You get an insult.
This is rough.
Yeah, and so here's the insult. Oh God, I'm not good at these. You are unloved.
Damn.
Okay, you may spend a 4th level... Yeah, I don't do good insults. I do deep insults. You may spend a 4th level or higher spell... No, I'm just kidding. You probably are loved. That was a mean thing to say. The creature must make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC or instantly drop to 0 hit points. On a successful save, they take 2d10 damage per spell slot expended instead. A creature with greater than 99 hit points remaining when making the save automatically succeeds. So it's basically like a power word kill, but... infinite use. That feels too strong. Right? Doesn't that feel too strong?
99. Yeah, isn't power would kill specifically half?
No, it's 100 hit points. It's 100 hit points.
Oh, it's just 100 hit points.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
do you have to use your 4th level spell slot to activate this or not? I'm very confused.
You may spend a 4th level or higher, so you do have to spend the slot with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my reading.
I would make this...
Still...
I would probably still make this a once-a-day feature.
Well, even if it's not necessarily a once-a-day feature or not, I think that the concern about it being overpowered is a good, maybe, final straw in reconsidering it, because, again, it relies on the Hunter's Mark, the focus on sort of this focus kill that we've been cautioning against from kind of the drop, right? So it's like, it's the natural conclusion to a line of thinking that I think our recommendation is rethink, right?
Yeah. I mean, I get the idea of like wanting to do like crippling blows. I would maybe lean less into features that already exist and do more like crippling attacks, because I do feel like a lot of Zeldas, you shoot a monster and disable its turret. So like, what if you did something where it was like a once a day or a spell slot feature and it did extra damage, not instant kill extra damage, but like a good chunk of extra damage, and and you could impose a certain detriment on them. Like they can only make one attack on their next turn, or they can't cast spells on their next turn or something like that. Like you can like turn a feature off.
I desperately want the Breath of the Wild headshot mechanic, where if you do like a sharpshooter move, you take like a -5 penalty to a hit, you can get a headshot, just stun them for a round.
Yeah, that could work too. I like something like that. But yeah, I don't think you need to do the power word kill move. I feel like it doesn't. It's another one that feels like a little like it don't fit the vibe for me.
Yeah. I think there are a few things here that are a little off. But I will also say that you've lit on something with item usage that I think is really novel and very cool.
Yeah, tools for success and hidden skills are awesome. Use those and build everything else around them, I would say. And get hidden skills earlier, or at least some of them earlier. What did I say? Who knows what you said, Tuesday? You say all sorts of crazy stuff.
You could honestly build more hidden skill type stuff if you're rethinking from that direction around weapons that give you the sort of Link-like combat abilities that you're looking for, right? Like you could have a hidden skill that just gives you the Master Sword beam, right? Like that just turns like a sword into a ranged weapon. There's a lot of stuff that you can do there if you rethink from that perspective. There's a lot of gold there.
Yeah. I got into such a friggin' stupid argument on a YouTube video lately. Somebody was being so dumb.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, somebody was they were just looking for an argument, and then they mentioned talking to their aunt.
On YouTube?
Yeah, so they mentioned talking to their aunt. So I just started making all my comments asking if they could put me in touch with their aunt so that we could have an adult conversation. And I was implying I implied nefarious intent, or depending on how you read it, very, very farious intent.
Right. Devilish indeed.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, so this is Zooms. Hi, Zooms. Zooms has for us today a Gish Druid. Okay, inspired by Pictish Woad and nude Celtic warriors. Why do they have to be nude? Why do they have to be dressed? All right, well, let's see. Do we get any nudity in this
You answered
document?
your own question.
No nudity. That's too bad. All right, let's see. I'm just kidding. It's fine. All right, let's see. All right, there it is. There it is in the chat. There it is in the chat. Give her a gander. Okay, let's take a look. Circle of Woad. Woads are interesting. There's a Woad monster in D&D that's like slightly different than a treant, and they're pretty interesting. I like them. They're much smaller than treants, and they grow basically like weapons and shields out of their arms. They're cool. They're not super interesting mechanically, but they're fun. Okay, Circle of Woad. The circle, the cold, bright blue paint dripped down her body, and she drew. Guys, everything is so sensual now. And she knew blood was soon to follow. Children, cover your ears. Her fingers gripped.
You already claimed this to be an 18+.
Her fingers.
Yeah, this is the 18+
guys,
screen tonight.
I don't know if... Yeah, listen. Her fingers gripped the haft of her spear as its bronze blade reflected the fire of the torches. The shamans had finished their work. She was prepared for war. All right, it's pretty solid little flavor text here.
Pretty good.
Sensual bullshit aside, not bad at all. Okay, druids of the Circle of Woad throw themselves into the thick of combat. Skyclad's a great word. Skyclad and wielding weaponry blessed by the shamans they guard. They scoff at those who hide beneath thick metal plates and opt instead to paint or tattoo their bodies with pagan sigils of defense. Training alongside wise mystics and raging berserkers in equal measure, their magical abilities hone their skills with arms and vice versa. All right, let's see what we get. So we get some new spells. We get Shield and Zephyr Strike at 3rd level. We get Haste and Blinding Smite. We get Shadow of Moil and Staggering Strike. And then we get Steelwind Strike and Holy Weapon. This is a strange but interesting combination. The
Yeah.
one piece, there's one thing that I kind of feel like Haste and Shadow of Moil feel out of place, potentially. I understand that they are both very good. They're both very good melee combatant spells, but they do feel minorly out of place. And I'm gonna say
I kind of like the idea of haste being like your
mini rage.
No, more like the idea of like you're not weighted down by anything, right? So you can just
That's also very
go and be
good.
faster, right? You don't even have shoes, you don't even have armor, like you are base is faster than the people wearing, being weighted down.
Yeah, Cinder, I think I disagree with you on this one. I think both Haste and Shadow of Moil fit this vibe
Yeah?
relatively well. Yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
Haste for all of those reasons, and Shadow of Moil for like, you're in the fucking trees, man. Like,
Mm.
All right.
no one is
All right.
seeing you coming.
All right. Well, they're not in the trees. If you read the description, they're charging forward shirtless and screaming.
Well, yes, but also that usually that was done like in the. So
Hey,
my
man,
interpretation here is
your interpretation's fine, but
yeah.
if we're going off of what they read, we're not getting. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I accept that it fits. We're moving on. Somebody said why circle spells at level 3. Even though we get our subclass at level 2 with the. Oh, don't start doing that fucking YouTube. Chill the fuck out. Even though we get our subclass at level 3, or level 2 with the Druid, you don't actually get subclass spells with the Druid until level 3. That's just the way. Just the way it is.
Wild shape thing. That's
just the way it is. All right, let's see what else we get at level 2. Wrath of the Mother. You gain proficiency in simple and martial weapons as well as the Shillelagh cantrip. Okay, I'm gonna say something. This feels like overkill. I feel like Shillelagh makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. I don't think if you have Shillelagh, though, you don't need proficiency in simple or martial weapons because that's what Shillelagh does.
I would push more to the idea of like something making a higher level weapon. Yeah, so I see at the end, the damage die for the clubs and the quarterstaff becomes a D8. I think that more fits the flavor in keeping with Shillelagh than giving them
I agree.
the other stuff and other weapons, right? Because that's the biggest downfall of Shillelagh is that it's limited to like the 2 freaking weapons and they kind of aren't great. So, I think adding that is the big selling point there.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I would drop the booming blade and the green flame blade. Because I feel like getting yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't love it. I don't love it. I feel like it don't make sense. Feels like too much magic on the same weapon. Am I being nitpicky here? I can't tell.
No, I think it's probably fine, but I don't think that. So I'm looking at the Shillelagh situation.
Yeah.
And I don't. It kind of is giving you, I guess, the base damage for the weapon.
Yeah, the way that this is what this writer should do. They should completely drop the Shillelagh thing, and they should build this like a Hexblade Warlock. You can pick a weapon, and that becomes your specialized Shillelagh. And when you're making attacks with that weapon, you become proficient in it, and you can use Wisdom instead of whatever you normally.
I like
do.
that a lot because that's also a really strong reason to do a 2-level dip into this subclass, right? Like Hexblade is really powerful for that 1-level dip, so that this could be that's a good idea.
So I would probably lean in that direction because Shillelagh is very specific in a way that it can be almost limiting to figure out how to work with sometimes. All right, let's look at the other level 2 feature. Your circle eschews armor in favor of mystical ritual protection involving magical body paint. While not in armor, your AC can be calculated as 10 plus dex plus wisdom plus shield. In wild shape, your wisdom modifier can be added to the beast's normal AC. Man. I almost want I I have such mixed feelings here. I feel like this is a lot of work I feel like these are 3 separate features basically. It's Shillelagh, it's special Shillelagh, it's special armor class, and it's special wild shape. And the special wild shape is not that good. I acknowledge that, but it's not terrible. But I do feel like you kind of need to pick how you want to do these, and I would say this would make so much sense for you to have a wild shape that gave you a good AC. Like you could just have a wild shape that got you into battle mode, sort of like the way the Spore Druid has a wild shape. Yeah, that just gives you a little bit of bonus. Like, like what if you can expend your wild shape, and when you do, this is how you can calculate your AC, and you get something else. Maybe you can make a bonus action attack with your Shillelagh club instead of just the 1 attack, or something like that. Yeah, also you don't need to clarify the shield bonus here. That's assumed if you're proficient in shields. Also, you're not proficient. I don't think you're naturally proficient in shields. But maybe you are. I don't think druids are naturally proficient in shields. I might be wrong.
I'm not. I like the idea of a wild shape that sort of represents what our opening quote gave us, right?
Yeah.
Because that opening quote really set up a moment, and I like the idea. Like you really pull the rug out from under all of the blue paint and that like aesthetic if you then immediately turn into like a direwolf. And while we certainly don't want to take that away, I think the idea
direwolf with blue paint, but you know.
Yeah, for sure. But like the idea of giving you like a mystical sort of like almost that rage with a wild shape, I think is really very cool. And like if you just zero in on that wild shape, bolsters your defenses and maybe your offensive capability to a degree. The mechanics are really selling the narrative of the subclass then, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, and it's very similar in theory to the to somebody said in the chat to the Blade Singer, right? Like the Blade Singer is intended to be a melee wizard. They're not great at melee all the time though. They're great in their blade song, but they're also still a wizard, so they're still just going to be good. In the same way that this is still just a druid, so they're still going to be good. They don't need to be great at melee 100% of the time, and you don't want to overload these features, I don't think. But let's look at let's look at 6th level.
I will say, like, kind of getting into 6th level here with a little bit of rework, this has the capacity to be my favorite druid class. I'm really liking the direction of this.
I am going to say right now that it gets too. I can see that it gets too many features at 6th level immediately. I'm going to say that. Your attacks disorient and weaken your opponents. When you hit with a melee attack, you can expend a use of your wild shape feature to deal an extra 2d8 force damage with the attack. This damage increases to 3d8 at 10th level and 4d8 at 14th. Additionally, this attack inflicts disadvantage on the next saving throw the target makes against a spell cast by you until the end of your next turn. That is fine. The problem is we're getting that and we're getting extra attack. So if at 6th level we get a feature where when we cast a cantrip, we can make an attack as a bonus action, that is the 6th level feature. If you don't want that to be the 6th level feature, then you can't give us extra attack here. You got to do something else because this is strong enough on its own to be the 6th level feature. In fact, any spellcaster that is intended to be a little bit melee, whether it is the Blade Singer or the Sword Dancer Bard or the Valor Bard too, I think actually. This is the only thing they get is the extra attack. They don't
I think the Eldritch Knight also gets a similar kind of thing.
They don't get this whole other use. So if this is cool, but maybe what you do is you go back here. Maybe this is what you do. Maybe you just get a totally normal casting of Shillelagh. That's it. And then additionally, you get some sort of natural armor. Actually, oh man, I don't even know. I don't know. You got to think about it. These are too many. All these features are cool. It's just too many. You got to pick and choose.
It is a lot.
You got to pick and choose.
I would seriously consider reworking Wrath of the Mother and Naked Warrior into one feature where you use a wild shape, gain the AC bonus of your Wisdom modifier, and gain this like smite ability, while you're in that wild shape. And maybe you got to play with the numbers, but basically the idea is you're getting damage buff and AC buff while you're in that wild.
Oh,
shape.
that's cool. So like
that's the entire second level.
So what if it's like it could basically be that when you wild shape, you can wild shape to get this AC bonus, and then you can expend spell slots to smite.
Right. Yeah.
You just like get the ability to smite. That could be cool.
And then while you're, and then at 6th level, while you're, when you cast Cantrip, you get this extra attack, which is extremely powerful on a Druid, right? Like that's incredible.
Yeah, and everyone in chat is saying basically the same thing. All casters that get extra attack only get that. We're also getting circle spells here, so this is a very strong subclass from that as well. Okay, let's look at 10th level. Your time among barbarians and warriors has trained you to fight beyond your usual limits. When you drop a creature to 0 hit points with a melee weapon attack, you gain an amount of temporary hit points equal to half the damage dealt by the attack. I think that this is fine, but I'm going to say that 10th level is a great level to look back at what you're doing with your wild shape and have it improve or do something else cool. So if you do remaster your wild shape into the suggestions that we're making, I would strongly encourage you to remaster your 10th level into a place where that wild shape gets cooler, or you can use it in a new way or something like that.
I mean, you could just put this behind the wild shape and make it temporary hit points equal to the damage dealt by that attack while you're in the wild shape.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You could do that.
Just put it behind the wild shape and buff it slightly.
Yeah. Don't you need to lower her spell slots, or would the Druid be smiting every attack? I mean, they would be expending their spell slots, so that they would be lowered naturally by expending them.
I think the argument here is that Paladins are half-casters, so they get way fewer smites. But if this is all wrapped up in just a
if it's
wild
tied
shape,
to your wild shape, then it's
time
fine.
limited.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's time limited.
I think it's okay. You could also make it a special wild shape. Wild shape lasts a really fucking long time, but I would say you should make it last a minute. It shouldn't last longer than a minute when used to this new form. It should be like a rage. Okay, let's look at the last one. When you use your action to cast a spell, you can use your bonus action to make a melee weapon attack. Yeah, I think this feels a little phoned in. This is like Eldritch Knight. This is what the Eldritch. What is that? Was that intense? What I just said?
No. I just it just clicked for me that it was like not only does it feel kind of phoned in for 14th level, it's also just like basically the 6th level, but slightly better.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the 6th level again, but better. I mean, Eldritch Knights get this at a certain level. I think you got to come up with your own thing, man. I think you got to build something unique. This should feel, this is the thing is you have a lot of features that are crammed down at the beginning. This could be where you tie, this could actually be the 14th level where it could be where you get like super shillelagh, or it could be where where you tie in some of these other features if you wanted to. But yeah, I think that this doesn't make me feel like super badass, Druid warrior. This makes me feel like Eldritch Knight again. And I don't want to be Eldritch Knight again. I'm tired of Eldritch Knight again.
Yeah, I would encourage you, especially around 14th level, to really lean into your flavor text again and start to think about like ritualistic defense of your home and your like druidic circle.
Yeah.
Like what could that look like? I mean, this could be an interesting place that like you might be able to grant your this is off the top of my head and not balanced in any way, but if you like your wild shape might have like an aura associated with it that everyone around you gets a bonus to their AC equal to your wisdom modifier, right? Like there might be something there where it's like you're really kind of bringing this to sort of its full battlefield conclusion in a really cool way.
Yeah, and Derek brings up a good point. Derek said that actually Eldritch Knight has literally the exact same features at 6th and 14th level.
Fighters get a higher capstone than druids, though, right?
Yeah, they have other features that they get, but it's the same. But I agree.
They get more feats, and like it's a whole,
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and defend Wizards of the Coast game design implicitly, but like, they.
Well, fighters get more subclass features than druids. Also, they have more levels
Yeah.
of getting features.
Does the fighter get this 14th level feature?
They might get it at a different level, but they get it. It's definitely a feature that they get.
So at 7th level, you get Cantrip and a bonus action attack.
Yeah.
And 18th level, it's spell and a bonus action. Man, yeah, that just doesn't feel good.
Yeah. So
It's no,
I've never played
Eldritch Knight
Melbourne
is
to
kind of
18th level.
it's kind of sad on its own. So it's kind of rough.
Yeah.
First
I mean, it starts out really interesting, but Eldritch Knight seems to peter a little bit.
It peters out real
encourage
fast.
You, yeah, I would encourage you not to copy the Eldritch Knight.
also not take an
as well.
18th level and put it to 14th level. Zach the Lit says it should be closer to the Blade Singer, and I actually agree. I think if you're trying to get inspiration for how to build this, I think the Blade Singer is a more solid example. And the Blade Singer is a really good example because wizards are inherently not that melee based in the same way that druids are inherently not that melee based. So they have similar obstacles to overcome as opposed to like an Eldritch Knight, which is inherently very melee
first.
comfortable. Yeah.
Eldritch
Knight rules. Eldritch Knight can be very cool.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to badmouth an Eldritch Knight.
Than a lot of other fighter subclasses like damage and everything wise, right? You're a sad fighter overall in the end.
Yeah, you have a lot more versatility. You have a
lot more versatility, but you kind of end up being a little like lackluster at the end, and that's the problem.
The thing that I thought was the coolest thing I've ever seen a Eldritch Knight do, and I can't take credit for it, but it was really cool, was because Eldritch Knights can have like a certain number of bonded weapons. I think at a higher levels they can have a couple, but basically they can summon that weapon to their hand wherever it is, anywhere. So what I've seen Eldritch Knights do that were really cool were use that in clever ways. So one of the clever ways was like to break into a place, to go to a place where you're not allowed to have weapons, and then to have their weapon when they need it, whether it's like in a bank or like in a prison or something like that. And that's like pretty cool. But the thing that I saw that was really cool was one player gave his bonded weapon to another player, and he said, I'll give you the signal. It was like they were coordinating an attack, and the signal was him summoning his weapon back to him. So it was like, when my weapon disappears, go. And it was a way for them to communicate like across the city without having to do any extra complicated spells or stuff. I thought it was very clever. I was like, oh, that's smart. That's a smart guy.
Smart. Yeah, that's a smart.
Hey, Milk Boy just got off work. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeet.
But yeah, I feel like overall, Circle of Woad is cool. I like the idea of making this more melee-focused druid, and I feel like you've got a lot of really good components here. In fact, I think that you've got all of the tools that you need to make this a really, really, really compelling subclass. You actually need to remove some stuff and then rethink your 14th. Would be my advice. I think it's really good.
Yeah. All right, we're moving on. We got Skint next.
Nice.
Skint says, "Hi, Cinder. This is my first attempt at homebrew. I wanted to make a barbarian subclass that stores damage over turns and dishes out heavy single target damage. Hope you enjoy the Time Bomb Barbarian. Also, I did the artwork. Well, first of all, very cool for doing the artwork. I am always hesitant about keeping track of things for many rounds, depending on how complicated they are. So I'm curious to see how this manifests. But I'm very, very curious. Well, let's take a look at this. First of all,
excited for the art.
Very nice art.
Yeah.
Very nice art. That's like, look at this is a good
That's
looking,
really good.
well drawn person. This is what my ideal. This is my ideal body type. I think
This is what you want to be.
Yeah,
You're getting there.
I want to just be a square made of muscle. That's the ideal body type for me.
Peak performance.
You got to grow out your beard a lot more and the mustache a lot more.
Not as much as you think. I just trimmed it, I guess. I also need to get one of these sick. I need to get one of these. I need to grow hair on one of my feet, also, and I need to get one of these sick ass loincloths.
It looks like it's probably on the other foot. You're just seeing the underside of the foot on the other side.
Hey man, if it's not in the picture, it means I only need to do one foot.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah. Art is subjective. Barbarians are revered for their rage-fueled strength, but some who bear this power, that's the wrong use of the word bear, some who bear this power may try to reject this brutal lifestyle, instead finding comfort in relaxation and control. This is one of those things where, like, you can ignore. Just start talking about them here. These barbarians reject brutal lifestyle. Just start with that. Ignoring such a primal rage, however, and leaving it to fester will only lead to anger boiling over. To ignore your rage is to become a ticking time bomb. Why is this a quote? It doesn't read like a quote. If you're going to have a quote, make it read like a quote. Make it sound like somebody's talking to someone else, or it's like from a book that's from the game. Barbarians who suppress their rage build up their anger until reaching their limit and release all their bottled up fury in a mighty strike. In order to not constantly be at their limit, time bomb barbarians fill their lives with distractions from their anger and ways to cope with their stress. Dude, this is great flavor text. Cut this whole thing out.
Are all you need.
Yeah, cut all of this out. This is not helping your writing. This is perfect. And just start it with the name of them. What are they called? Time bomb? Just say, time bomb barbarians suppress their rage. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's see what we got. Third level, pent-up rage. Starting when you choose this path at third level, you try to resist your anger when entering your rage. While you're raging, holding your action allows you to roll damage as if you had successfully hit a creature and store the number added to your next hit. This does not end your rage, even if you did not get hit or hit an enemy on that round of combat. Is it rolling the dice plus the damage modifier? Is it everything? I guess it is. It seems like it's intended to be everything, right?
Seems like it is, yeah.
Okay. This effect will stack. You don't have to say upon itself. You can just say this effect stacks if you choose to hold your action consecutively until you target a creature to make an attack. Target a creature with an attack. Also, there should be a limit of how much it can stack. Additionally, each time you hold your action, you add damage to the damage roll equal to half your barbarian level rounded down. I would drop this.
Yeah, that's unnecessary.
Every time you attempt to hold your action while raging, you have to make a DC 10 Constitution saving throw on a failed save. I would also drop this. I don't think there should be a downside to it. I don't think there should be a downside to it. Okay.
The downside is not going.
Yeah, the downside is holding your action. That's enough of a
because
downside.
I'm assuming you can't move.
Well, you can move.
Else. Like,
you can move. It takes your whole action. So all you have is movement and a bonus action. And barbarians don't really have bonus actions other than to rage. What? What are you thinking?
I am thinking that this is a feature that avoids play.
I don't disagree, but I want to hear your brain.
My thought is that there's not a lot of meat here for me, the player of the barbarian, to sort of chew on when I'm thinking about what my barbarian is actually doing. And the way that this reads to me and the visual that I get is like, I want to kill this kobold. So I'm going to spend 5 turns being real pissed at this kobold, fuming and grinding my teeth in place, and then one big swing and he's dead. If I miss that swing, theoretically, all that damage is gone. Right? So it's a one miss and just done. I've wasted X number of turns situation, and that feels bad.
Or if the fight ends.
If I succeed, there's not actually any benefit to me having done that. It's the same amount of damage, other than theoretically I would have missed less.
The benefit, I think. Well, technically, if they kept this additional damage part, that would be additional.
That would be a clear benefit. But again, I'm having to forego, like, it gets around to my turn, and the wizard just took 10 minutes to figure out what spells they're going to cast, and the fighter just ran, all of their fucking craziness. The rogue is dangling upside down from a tripwire, and I'm just, what do you do on your turn? I hold my turn, right? Like, I hold my anger, and you make the con save and you move on. And that just doesn't make me feel cool, right?
What do you think we could do? Is there a mechanic? Is there something that we could do with our turn that could be interesting, but would still allow for this conceptually?
Well,
like how would we fill that space realistically?
I have a recommendation, but it sounds like Ori has one too.
Yeah, well, the first thing when we talked about sort of like the idea and we were given the description and everything, the first thing that I went to is how Black Panther in the movie has the suit that, like, as he gets hit, it builds up energy,
Oh,
right? And as he gets
yeah.
hit, and then he can release it in like a shockwave of some sort, right? So that was sort of where I was thinking this was going, very first in the idea that it's not you holding in your range, as much as maybe it's like you getting hit or something, or like you do, so you're still doing something, right? It should be, or maybe it's every time you land a punch consecutively or something, right? Like you land a hit and then you get you get like a D4 or something, and then it's so like something like that.
Yeah. So my recommendation is in that vein, but I think it plays a little bit more into the humor of this, which is like the line, they fill their lives with distraction from their anger to cope with their stress, is such a funny fucking thing to think about from a barbarian. I think that a good way that you could do this is keep the con save, and the damage that stacks up onto your next attack is every time you miss. So when you miss, you just get so angry, but you roll that damage anyway, and as long as you succeed on the con save, it rolls into your next hit.
Okay, but okay, I like, that's fine. I'm into that. But is that enough? Like, is it? I don't know if that answers your initial question of like, what are you doing for those 3 rounds of combat that you hold your turn?
Well, you're still fighting.
You're attacking. You're attacking.
Oh,
every time you're trying to swing, and if you miss an attack, you get pissed at the fact that you miss, and the damage that you would have otherwise done on it basically means you can't miss as long as you keep up your con save while you're raging.
I agree with that conceptually. Okay, so how would that work? So the way that okay, so the only issue that I see 2 issues there. One is that I do think that pulls it really far away from the initial goal. The initial goal
I agree.
The initial goal of holding power and then releasing power after. Like it makes it so it's not that you are holding it in and releasing it, it's making it that failure is making you hit harder. And that I think is a pretty different thing conceptually. So the way that it would work based on your suggestion is I make an attack. I rage. I make an attack. I miss. I get a little. I get a D6 or I get 2d6, and then my next turn I make an attack. I miss again. I can another 2d6. Next turn I make an attack. I hit. I can add all of those d6 to that next attack. Is that what you're imagining?
That's exactly what I'm pitching. Yeah,
I think that could work. I think that could work really well. I think that could work really well. I probably would make those damage based on. I probably would not make those damage based on half your barbarian level. I probably would make it a D6, or something.
Oh, I was just thinking it was your weapon damage, right? Like I was thinking you just get to roll the weapon damage as if you'd hit.
No, it should be a little less than the weapon damage because otherwise it just makes it so quite literally you will always get that damage so long as you try to hit, and I think that's too much.
I was thinking of something where like the DC of the Constitution save like increases every time you miss
goes up
consecutively or not, right? So it's just like
that could also work
during a combat. It still gets harder and harder to like hold it back or whatever. So it's not just like even consecutive misses. It's just you missed once. That was a D. That was 10. You missed the second time. Now it's 11 or whatever. You missed the third. So it just increases every single time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The
patron said, my reasoning is you can reckless attack to increase your hit chance. That's not enough reasoning, friendo. And I also don't know what that's in reference to. All right, let's look at the 6th level feature.
That was probably in reference to my assertion that the one and done miss, which is like
it's still you can still roll bad if
you can still roll bad on advantage.
Like there's so many things, and then you've sat there, right? And maybe some people like that, but not everybody likes that.
I think,
and again, just in the action economy, like doing something is always better than not doing something.
Yeah. Having
Like,
something to do. Having something to do is good.
This has the true strike problem, right? Where
Yeah.
it's like I'm
Yeah.
spending my entire turn to try to make the next turn better, and the next turn is not going to be so much better that it justifies me not having to do a thing. And I mean, legitimately, this would have to be like 5 times the damage to make it feel good, and at least 2 times the damage to make it statistically good.
Yeah.
One final idea, because we talked about how goofy it was, right, and distracting
Mm-hmm.
in the whole thing.
Yeah.
What if the whole idea of when you're holding in your rage, right, is built around the fact of you doing something goofy, right? You have to distract yourself, and this also distracts the enemy somehow, or it encourages your party members somehow, like something like that, where like the act of you sitting down and
Support
trying to play
Barbarian.
chess or something is like the enemy's like, what the fuck is going on? Like what is
You're
this? And you
fucking
distract them,
crocheting.
and you're like your ally can like get the jump on them or something. So it's like the act of you doing your little weird meditation moment, right, is discombobulating to the enemy, or it's very
That's
endearing
fucking
to your
funny.
friends. So you're doing something by doing nothing, but it's helping the game move along, something like that.
I think something like that could
That's
work. I
fucking
will
funny.
say that I think before that question is answered, I think that figuring out how to adjust this mechanic to make it feel a little bit more active and feel a little bit more beneficial is first and foremost. I also see that we get a level 5 feature after we get a level 6 feature. Don't do that. If you want to give us a level 5 feature, put it before level 6. All right. Second-hand anger. At 6th level, seeing others you care for be harmed builds up your rage. While raging, the first successful hit a creature makes against one of your allies pushes you to seethe with visible anger. When standing within 10 feet of an ally you saw get hit, the creature that attacked them gets disadvantage to attack rolls if attempting to strike them again. This effect lasts until the start of your next turn. Okay, so the way that you word this is when an ally that you see gets hit within 10 feet of you, there needs to be some element of action economy here. You can use your reaction to have all other attacks made against that ally have disadvantage until the start of your next turn. Something like that. That's how you word it.
To me, that just really plays into the vibe of like being distracting, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
you're so angry that your ally got hit, now you have to crochet, and like,
when you
wait,
are not
what?
raging and the condition is met, you can use your action to begin your rage instead. No, I would just drop this. I would just drop this entirely. And I think that this could just be an all the time on feature. I don't think this needs to be limited in use. I think you can just always use it. I feel like that's reasonable. A reaction to impose disadvantage on attacks against a single creature so long as they're attacked within 10 feet of you. That sounds pretty balanced for me for 6th level. I would just keep this and just have it on all the time. And don't make it when it's raging. Just make it all the time. And then, that's what I'd do that. Let's see what this Smoldering Restraint is doing aside from being in the wrong place. When your extra attack feature from level 5, you can hold your action to take an attack roll on the same turn using the second attack you get. Wait, what?
You can take your extra attack to hold the attack. So you can hold attack twice per turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to stick with that motif, that kind of makes sense. But I think that just continues to compound the problem of the True Strike problem.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's look at 10th level. 10th level traditionally is where we get something kind of weird or fun or out of the left field. Beginning at 10th, for Barbarian specifically, Bloody Grudge. Beginning at 10th level, your rage leads to you holding heavy grudges against those who wrong you. If you are raging and a creature provokes attack of opportunity from you, you can spend your reaction to stack damage as if you held your action. Additionally, if you reach 0 hit points and manage to return to consciousness, your next attack on a creature that reduced you to 0 hit points is an automatic crit. These don't really fit the 10th level vibe.
They're also just unrelated to each other.
That's true. They're not really related to each other, which is good. Well, they're both grudge related. It's like I'm grudging.
Yeah.
I'm grudging. But these really aren't 10th level features. 10th, I would strongly encourage you to look at what other barbarians get at 10th level and to try to build something that fits into that motif. This is almost always when barbarians get a way to do something a little bit utility, something that is not particularly offensive or defensive, but it's like something extra or something unique. There are exceptions to that rule. Like the Beast Barbarian gets pretty much combat stuff at 10th level, but this is an opportunity to put something new here, and I feel like this thing is, even if you keep the motif of your holding attacks thing, it's becoming too one note. I don't like that every single thing is that. I think you need to. I would try to fill out the space a little bit.
I think a fun idea with Bloody Grudge, the first thing that came into my mind is that, like, when a creature provokes an opportunity attack, instead of attacking them, you can, like, follow them, right? So you're not attacking them, but you're, like, walking with them because they're moving away, right? If they're provoking an opportunity attack, 90% of the time they're moving away, right? And so you're just angrily, like, following with them, just holding them.
That is kind of fun. That is fun.
That is good.
This very square man just lumbering.
Yeah, you can follow people when they make opportunity attacks. That could work. I like
angry.
that. I like that a lot.
Another thing that I was thinking that you could do is drop the opportunity attack bit entirely and kind of give a modified, I forget the name of the half orc feature, but a modified like resilience where, like, if you drop to 0 hit points, you can spend any held damage that you have to basically come back up at that number of hit points as like a reaction, right? So if somebody puts you down, you could just. We had a moment on the podcast recently where our half orc like went down, immediately went back up, grabbed the guy's throat, and just like blew his head off. And that feels very thematic here.
I like that. I'm sorry. I was reading I was reading a mean comment on YouTube, and my head went in a different direction. But yes.
Oh no! Oh no! Do you want to put them on blast?
I find mean comments on YouTube are sometimes really hilarious. The mean comments I've gotten are just like, get a job. Like, they're just boring. So I'm so curious.
Dude, okay, listen. I said suck eggs. You don't know what that means. Go ask your aunt to call me or get out of here.
Still.
We are done.
Oh, no.
It's time for the adults to talk. You don't even know eggs. Okay, that's okay. There we go. There we go.
Man.
All right, explosive presence. Beginning at 14th level, your pent-up rage makes nearby enemies cower in fear as your rage builds. As a bonus action, you can make a sound or movement to intimidate those around you, like a feat of strength or blood-curdling scream. Doing so creates a 5-foot radius centered on you, and the radius of this effect increases by 5 feet for each time you've held your action consecutively. Any creature that enters or starts its turn in the radius, say enters it for the first time or starts their turn in it, have to make a wisdom saving throw. It's 10 plus your constitution modifier, or be frightened of you. The area of fear ends at the start of your next turn. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your constitution modifier. You regain all uses after a long rest. This feature could be fine, but this is almost exactly the feature that that a barbarian already gets at 14th level. This is basically the same thing as a berserker barbarian.
It can't be. Really?
Oh no, it's the same thing as berserker barbarian's 10th level feature, intimidating presence.
Okay, that makes more sense, because I was going to say it's actually really not that far off from something that a couple of paladins get at like first.
So I would just I feel like we need something unique here, because this is just intimidating presence but more complicated. So I would build something different here. I think the idea of having a radius effect that builds off of your held actions could work really well. But yeah, don't make it something so similar to the berserker barbarian.
So I would just argue that like one turn of frighten behind a wisdom saving throw is not like it's
not that good.
Not worth holding your action.
Yeah. Also, Quatus just said also intimidating presence is bad, which is the feature that it's very similar to. Yeah.
Like to make this a good 14th level feature, I would say that it would need to start at 30 feet. The frightened condition would require them to like lose their movement or something, and you would need to be able to use it. Actually, is this limited in usage?
Yes.
No. Is it?
Con times.
Con times prolonged rest. So, yeah.
I feel like this kind of goes to the vibe that we were talking about, changing the first level feature to do something in addition, like while you're holding it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
that's what it feels like.
This feels like a third level feature
This
for
is
me,
the
not
basis
a 14th
for the
level
whole
feature.
Yeah.
Not the end goal or the late game.
I think you can make it really fucking bananas, and here's what you do. You either make it really fucking bananas and you make it once a day, or you tie it back to the third level feature, and that's the goal. Like you make the third level feature more badass constantly. It's an interesting idea. It is a hard challenge. It is a hard question to answer, which is how do you make holding your action to do something big at a higher element of risk fun consistently? And that is the challenge here. I think that a way that you could do that, I think one of the things that you can do is not put all of your eggs so much in that basket. Take space to give this thing some unique features that aren't exactly that. But yeah, thank you very much for sharing, and lovely art. Any final thoughts, hooligans?
Nope, I think we've said it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, the art's really cool.
Very fun ideas. Definitely gives you play video games, so I understand the idea behind holding your turn, right? But when you're playing with a lot of other people, it's one of those things that isn't easily translatable.
Yeah, I agree.
There's something here though. Obviously, it's caught our attention.
Definitely.
I need to get some
water.
water.
We were laughing about it. I was laughing about it.
Let me get some water. Yeah, I mean it's a fun. It feels like something that fits really well in a TV show or in a video game, but maybe like more of a single player video game vibe.
Exactly.
Where you're kind of constantly the focus. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and
you're also guaranteeing you're gonna get your hit, right? Like the other thing that we didn't even think about is like it creates this weird situation where like if somebody else ends the fight before you get to use your feature, and you just because a lot of fights don't last more than 2 or 3 rounds, at least in my experience.
No. Yeah.
A good example is I once played a homebrew bard that was called like Fable Bard, and the whole thing was based around like if you do certain kinds of schools of spells and certain orders, you get cool stuff, and that's already a problem in its own because that's a lot to keep track of. But the biggest thing was that if you chain like 6 different spells, of 6 different schools, like without doubling up at any point in time, your like AC increases every time, but you never get there. Like you don't get there ever. Fights are just not that long. So I'm like 2 spells in and the fight's over, right? So it doesn't feel good.
Yep.
And that's the problem.
Yeah, 100%. Combos just don't really play well in Dungeons and Dragons, which is like one part because they are hard to keep track of, and 5 parts because there are usually half a dozen other people with agency who are participating in the game, right? It just doesn't. That's
the biggest problem. Those pesky other players,
Next, we have a piece from Ross. They said they're going to help break up the subclasses with some items, and it's very funny. Everyone fucking sends subclasses these days. It's very true.
I know. Right. I'm here for the items.
Great.
There is. Yeah, no, they're very fun, and they're fun to make. I just posted the item in the thing. Cool. There was an interesting.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
There was an interesting bit of feedback that I got. It's so wild. I regularly get feedback, and sometimes it's given. Sometimes I appreciate it, and sometimes I think it's really obnoxious. And I think that usually has to do with how self-aware the person is when they're giving it. Like some people will be like, "Hey, not to be an asshole," but then they'll say something kind of rude. And it's like, well, not to be an asshole, but you did be an asshole, so fuck off.
Well, yeah, no offense, but
offense, but you're ugly. Exactly. But oftentimes, even the feedback that is good feedback, where it's like very well intentioned and it's like actually good feedback, is opposite. I get so many pieces of feedback that say, "Hey man, I think you're doing this too much," and other feedback being like, "Hey man, could you do more of this?"
Oh, that's
You can't
just yeah.
please the people.
You will never
can't
be
please
able
them.
to. Yeah.
The
Patrick,
people are unpleasable.
Patrick, did you know that I'm psychic?
Yeah.
Let me answer the question that you were going to ask that you didn't ask, and you didn't even mention that you were going to ask, but I know you were. This was built in Foundry VTT.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, this is the
was it.
this is the permafrost great hammer for Cinder review. A crystalline shaft with what? We love a good shaft on this stream. A crystalline shaft with
damn
what
it.
seems to be
We're
solid
really in
ice
the
forming the head of this
content
hammer.
right now.
Did you guys
You
ever
need to
see?
Calm down.
I will never calm down. Did you guys ever see Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog? Did you ever see that musical?
Yeah, sure.
It's very good. It's very funny. And one of my favorite parts is the superhero's name is like the Hammer, and he makes just like a lot of penis hammer jokes, and they're all so stupid, but it's perfect and they're wonderful. Okay, this design is very brutal, with a distinct asymmetry to the entire weapon and lack of elegant design. Okay. As an action, you can strike a surface with the Permafrost Great Hammer, causing it to freeze instantly. When you do, a 5-foot radius centered on the point within 5 feet of you becomes difficult terrain for 1 minute. It's a hammer that can cast grease, but can't knock prone, basically. Are these more effects that you're describing at the bottom here? I don't think so.
No.
I think it's a fun idea. Can I be honest? I think you could take it further. I think the idea of a hammer that slams into objects and makes a radius of ice is friggin' awesome. I would probably also give it some element of the control water cantrip where it could freeze stuff. Like, I feel like you should be able to stick it in bodies of water and have it slowly radiate out like a block of ice. You know, like if you put it in a lake, you could slowly build out to like having like a little iceberg on the lake that you could ride on. I think that would be cool. I would do that. I would lean into that. And then, and then to get it out of the ice block, you'd have to crack it out of the ice, and then the ice would start to melt. That'd be cool. I think it's a fun item. I think also, depending on what rarity you want it to be, I would encourage you to give it some cold damage. If you don't want it to be too much cold damage and you're like, I don't want it to be too strong, just make it 1d4 cold damage. Make it enough cold, just a little bit, just enough to give it a flavor, you know? If I have a hammer that is made out of ice and I hit somebody and I'm not doing cold damage, I'm a little sad.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Disappointment.
You know, so give us a little bit of the chili in our blood. But overall, very cool. I like it quite a bit. The flavor of a hammer that you slam down, and when you hit it, it builds out with ice, I think is friggin' awesome. I think that's great. I don't have anything else to say about it. Really solid little item. I think if you want an ice hammer, it's a badass move, and I think it's usable immediately. Ross. Pokeniner. Ross, to answer your question, you said you didn't know how to word that. Look at the spell control, the cantrip control water, and specifically look at the section about freezing water. And I would just copy that. Lorgu has a request. Well, I'll read it out loud, but I won't promise that I'll do it. Next Sunday is the next homebrew review, right? I believe so. I have to check the dates. I won't be physically here, but I want to rework my girthy finger ring to be better. Can I submit it? No, you cannot. Just to be clear, if you look at the rules, you cannot submit the same piece twice in a row. So you need to wait and submit something new before you submit something again. And you can't submit the same piece twice in a row, and you can't submit the same piece 2 weeks in a row. So any piece that I read this week, actually, I would even go as far as any piece submitted, but I won't check all of them. But any piece that I read this week, I don't want to see a redraft of next week. I'll skip it. I won't read it.
We love a rule.
Oh, real quick. Got you. I don't know what RQ stands for.
Language doesn't mean things.
Yeah, and because the truth is, you don't really need my advice again. What you need is you need to send it into the bowels of the Discord and get advice from the community, and they will give you more advice, and then you can decide whether or not it needs more. But at the end of the day, I think that if you don't actually put a part of putting work into a redraft is also just time. I the worst, and I'm not talking to anybody. I'm not talking about anyone in particular, but in my experience, the worst homebrew writing, and this has happened a couple times on stream, is I will review a piece and then at some point later on in the same stream, somebody will be like, "Hey, I made some changes. Will you look at it again?" And no, man, you're not going to polish it in an hour. You might work on it for an hour, and then you might need to let it sit for a couple days and come back and look at it again. The process takes time. If you rush it, your writing is going to be bad, and I am going to get annoyed with you because I'm going to feel like I'm just giving you the same feedback again. And if I'm spending the time to read your garbage, you should at least spend the time to genuinely polish your garbage. You know what I mean? Okay.
Everybody loves polished garbage.
Like that aluminum ball, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Takes a
fuck
really
yeah, that
long
aluminum ball
And
is
I'm allowed
great.
to, yeah, and I was allowed to call it garbage because I'm not talking about anyone in particular. Hello, Cinder. This is week 5 of hoping you review my Paladin subclass. Well, guess what, Pokey? We're here. Read this only if there's a guest. There's a few guests. Hello, established guest. Cinderblock has been giving comment on year-long project I'm doing to create a subclass for each class in D&D. Currently, this is subclass 7 of my project, and I've completed 9 of 14 subclasses. Hope you enjoy watching Cinder rip my subclass apart. I'll be honest, I don't think I've been the harshest to this stream.
Yeah, it's been pretty lax. Pokeniner, I think I've seen some of your work. I think I've seen some of these subclasses if I recognize them. What's the project, Cinder? Do you remember the context for this?
No. I don't remember what
Okay.
the specific project is other than that they
That's
are
fine.
all within the same world.
Yeah.
But
Sure,
I don't
sure.
remember. I apologize if that hurts anyone's feelings. Within
I
the
appreciate
realm...
being an esteemed guest.
You're very esteemed. You're both esteemed. This is the oath of questing.
Questing beast?
Within the realm
Aren't
of
they all?
bound... Well, we'll see. Within the realm of boundless horizons and the pursuit of truth, there exists an ancient order known as the Questbound. These valiant paladins, driven by an insatiable thirst for discovery and guided by an indomitable spirit of exploration, dedicate their lives to the relentless pursuit of purpose. You're dancing with this is dancing with being too long. It's not, but it's dancing with it. So just think about that.
I'll also say, Pokeniner, I know you're at the point of polish where this is meaningful feedback. Don't, unless this is a proper noun, don't call it the realm of boundless horizons if you're going to call it if you're going to call the order questbound, just because you don't want bound that close in one sentence twice.
That's a good point. Clad in armor adorned with markings and trinkets of their personal quests, they wander far and wide, traversing uncharted territories and undertaking perilous journeys, ever seeking to uncover the deepest mysteries that lie within themselves. The quest-bound paladins can be found on the open road, in remote wilderness, and amidst the bustling energy of vibrant cities, forever driven to forge their own path and find meaning in their chosen destinies. So, is the vibe of these things that they're heroes?
Yeah, I'm not really getting anything. Again, I
How
made
is
the joke.
my guess? My
All
question is, how is this
paladins
different than that legit? And I don't mean. Oh, thank you for joining the pretty cool group, Lorgu. How is this different than being an adventurer? I'm asking that genuinely. It's kind of just being an adventurer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would probably lean more into the collection of stories or the I would try to figure out what specifically makes these paladins. What does it mean to be questbound more than like I'm going on an adventure to find? Because you also talk about they're pursuing purpose. They're trying to find the mysteries within themselves. They're trying to follow their destinies. But I feel like we need a little bit more clarity as to like what that is that makes it unique.
I'm also curious if this is at all based off the idea of like the questing knights. I don't know if that's but like the roaming knights, right? That are very common in like Arthurian tales for what all the knights of the round table sort of do and everything. And so that could be a sort of, if it's not already trying to be based off that, looking into that could be interesting as well. Very much like a, you can't turn down any call or something like that. Like, no matter what, would be more of like I think an actual tenant, like an actual goal, than just being an adventurer and doing what you want and new horizons. I
Yeah.
think there's a difference there.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at these tenets. Seek the unknown. I am always on the lookout for new knowledge, wisdom, and experiences. I am driven to explore and discover the mysteries of the world as well as those within me. Find your purpose. Every individual has a unique destiny to fulfill. I am committed to helping others find their purpose, whether it's by aiding them in their own quests or by encouraging them to walk the right path. No turning back. I am bound by my oath to complete any quest I undertake. My duty is to my goal and my need to accomplish it by any means necessary. Okay, so the oaths are, I must find my purpose. You must find your purpose. I have to do every quest that I say I'm going to do. I must complete all the quest markers. Leave no quest unfinished.
This really does kind of have like a video game
completionist.
100% completionist.
This is
vibe,
this is a completionist for sure.
If you lean into that, you've got me back on board. If you can find a way to make 100%ing D&D a mechanically interesting thing, I'm really here for that.
Yeah, I am going to say something here now though that I do think is worth addressing. This is still a very vague vibe. It in the same sort of way that the Devotion Paladin is a little vague. Like the Devotion Paladin is kind of like Paladin. This is kind of feels like Paladin in that same way. So I'm curious if we can get more of the vibe out of these spells. Let's see. Jump, Zephyr Strike, Find Steed, Pass Without a Trace, Liamut's Tiny Hut, Water Walk, Freedom of Movement, Locate Creature, Commune with Nature, Far Step. I'm going to make a big assertion here. All of these are very movement and like place oriented. Yeah. This
Travel,
is not a
even.
movement place. These should all be things like legend lore and they should be about destiny and questing. Find locate creature kind of makes sense, but I feel like
there's a lot. I mean, I glanced ahead. Noble Charge, Aura of Motion, After Image, Trailblazer. There's a lot of movement coming up.
So it's a movement-based subclass.
The flavor should be more movement-based, where it's like Oath of Traversal, Oath of Discovery, right?
Okay.
Like something like that.
All right, well, these work well for a movement-based one, but like I said, but right now we're not getting any sense of, I don't think we're getting movement aside from adventuring, and the focus isn't really on movement. But if the focus should be on movement, then change all of this to make that. All right, let's look at the channel divinities then. We have Unyielding Spirit. If you fail a saving throw to be slowed or grappled, paralyzed, petrified, or restrained, you can choose to spend your channel divinity to reroll the save. If you do, you must use the new roll. I feel like you should be able to use
This is movement.
What'd you say?
This is movement.
No,
right?
I'm agreeing. I agreed with you immediately.
Yeah.
I think that they probably should change this to just be movement based. You should. I'm gonna argue that it's a channel divinity. You should just succeed. You should use your channel divinity to succeed.
I agree. You get so little channel divinities.
Yeah, just use it to succeed. Noble Charge. Let's see. As an action, you move up to your movement speed, minimum 20 feet in a single direction. I would not make the minimum 20 feet. That feels weird.
I think the minimum is the minimum. Like if your movement speed has been reduced, if you've been slowed, you get a minimum of 20 feet. I think.
No,
it may also be
minimum.
Nope,
so
you're right.
so the minimum would be
charge.
Yeah. So if you want this to be something where you have to move 20 feet to do a thing, write it like the bulls, or write it like the pouncing or the Minotaur's charge attack, where you clarify you have to move at least 20 feet in a straight line, and then you do a thing. If you are going to use this language, this would be if you were clarifying that the minimum is 5. That would be the only time you do that. You do not provoke opportunity attacks and buffet any. You buffet all the creatures. And you buffet.
I think is the word they want.
Oh, they but they wrote buffet.
They did right buffet.
You did not provoke opportunity attacks and buffet any creatures in your path, pushing them aside to unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. Any creature affected by this movement must succeed on a dex saving throw against your Paladin spell save DC. They take 1d6 force damage on a failed save. If there is no unoccupied space for the creature to move through, they automatically fail the saving throw and take an additional 1d6 force damage and are knocked prone. You cannot end your movement in the space of another creature. There's no okay. So this is okay. So you're overcomplicating. This is what this is. This is how you write this feature. As an action, you charge forward up to your movement speed in a straight line. Just write that. It could be 5 feet. Who gives a fuck? This movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks, and any creatures that are in your path must succeed on a DC blank dexterity saving throw. On a successful save, they step out of the way. On a failure, they're knocked prone, and they take 1d6 force damage. That's how you write that. I think it's a fine channel divinity. It's a charge forward. I feel like it would be reasonable to. I feel like it would even be reasonable to get a weapon attack at the end of it. Starting at 7th level, Aura of Motion, you constantly emit an aura that pushes you and your allies to reach their goals, causing disorder within your enemy's pursuit. I'm going to tell you that this part feels awkward. Cut that off. This aura extends 10 feet from you in every direction, but not through total cover. Your walking speed increases by 10 feet. In addition, if you aren't incapacitated, you and all friendly creatures that start their turn within the aura impose disadvantage on all opportunity attacks targeting them. I think two things. One, I feel like the movement speed thing, I would just drop that. It feels like you just want us, I don't think we need 2 features here. I think just give us 1. And I feel like that 1 feature could totally be creatures within your aura of your choice have, disadvantage on opportunity attacks. I think that's fine. I don't think you need to clarify that it's creatures that start their turn in there, because it doesn't really make sense for them to like start their turn and then run out and keep it. I feel like it should just be while they're within your aura. Personally. This I hear silence from you two, so I'm gonna assume you either agree or quietly disagree.
Yeah, we agree.
All right, we agree.
At least I agree.
15th level, Noble After Image. Starting at 15th level, your movement makes you a difficult target on the battlefield. You gain resistance to all damage from opportunity attacks. In addition, whenever you end your turn at least 20 feet away from where you began your turn, you have advantage on your next saving throw until the start of your next turn. Okay, 2 things here. 1, in a sort of counterintuitive way, this resistance to damage from opportunity attacks is a really bad feature, because this whole class has been giving us features that make it so things are less likely to hit us with opportunity attacks or ways to avoid opportunity attacks. So this feature is way better the more likely someone is to hit us with an opportunity attack. Because of the way this thing is built, this is almost in a weird way, I don't like this feature. Like, I don't feel like it's, I feel like you've built this thing to avoid opportunity attacks enough that it becomes almost like it feels like a non-feature, or it feels like it's counterintuitive to the missing and avoiding tax in a way that it also still feels like it's more of the same. I would probably drop this, honestly. Whenever you end your turn at least 20 feet away from where you began your turn, you have advantage on your next saving throw until the start of your next turn. That is an interesting feature.
I like that.
I kind of like
it's
it.
Not
yeah.
maybe enough for, it's not maybe enough for 15th level alone, but I think it's cool.
I mean, advantage on a saving throw is not small. Getting like to give that some perspective, there are other defensive features that characters get at levels that are lower levels, but there's still characters that get at level where they can get advantage on a saving throw once a day. Or they could get advantage on saving throw once a short rest. There's a Warlock subclass that's a whole subclass feature. There's a Barbarian
get to use
subclass
that reactively, as opposed to having to set it up, right? So I think it kind of levels out.
Yeah, but the 20-foot, that's what I'm saying. Like, the 20-foot setup is not big, in my opinion. So
That's true.
You're going to get this every turn.
Potentially, very, very often. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna get this often, so I feel like it's pretty solid.
It kind of is, yeah. It's
Yeah.
definitely like the sneak attack sort of has like that, like the flow chart, right? Where you can get it a lot of times if you follow the methods to do it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
100%.
Zeke feels like this should be an offensive or utility option. Matthew suggests the Oath of Momentum. I think the Oath of Momentum is a good idea for a name.
It's a good name.
Let's look at the 20th level feature, the Trailblazer's Might. At 20th level, you can call upon the full might of your oath to become an unstoppable force of nature, leading your allies to victory. As an action, you gain one of the following for 1 minute. Your movement speed is doubled. You gain resistance to all damage types except psychic damage. Your movement is unaffected by difficult terrain, and you can choose to move through creatures and solid objects as if they were difficult terrain, but you can't stop within their turn, okay? You and your allies can take...
Wait, hold on.
What?
Does does that apply like in order, or because if I can move through creatures and solid objects as if they were difficult terrain, but I'm unaffected by difficult terrain, can I just move through everything?
That is a great point. I believe that the way that I would write this is I would say you can't use difficult terrain as the way to express it, because you just say above here that so you have to clarify that you're moving at half speed, basically. You just have to break down the mechanics and explain it there. That's a good point. And then lastly, you and your allies can take the dash action as a bonus action while within 30 feet of you. What else? Is there other stuff happening here? There is. You have bright light that cannot be dispelled. This light feels out of place. I'd probably drop that. This is pretty solid. I would maybe pull back on the damage resistance to give us something more offensive. I might drop the damage resistance and give us a more offensive feature here. But yeah, I think it's interesting. It is definitely I feel like questing is the wrong flavor here. It's too ethereal, and it's too like this is movement, momentum. This is literal travel. We don't get enough of that vibe here. Yeah. Note that it's not moving 20 feet; it's being away from. Is it?
Yeah, so you can't move 10 feet and then back to where you started. You have to be 20 feet
I still
away
think
from
it's
where
pretty
you started.
easy to accomplish. I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal.
It is pretty easy to accomplish.
You have to get 4 steps so you can teleport as a bonus action to 20 feet away.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you also other people can move you. Somebody else can teleport. Like there's a lot of ways that you can be moving around.
It's definitely the sneak attack flowchart, you know.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, I think the big problem here is just that the opening flavor has almost nothing to do with the core mechanics as they're written.
Yeah. That's okay. It's a neat idea. I think you just need to.
There.
Yeah, I would rewrite the flavor. Rewrite the flavor for sure. All right, thank you, Pokeniner.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out.
Get out of here, Ori.
Doing some review. Have fun for however long you're going.
Thank you. I'll go for a little bit longer at least. I have to pee soon, so that'll be I'll take a break at some point.
Beautiful. Well, have a great night. Good night, everyone.
All right, you too. Guys, everyone go follow Origami Curio, Origami Art. She's awesome. Ooh. Hey, Cinder. This is my first homebrew piece. It's a spell. Nice. The spell serves as a plot point in my adventure. When the party comes across an agricultural region, but they're on the brink of starvation due to fog that's covering the sun and keeping the plants from growing the way they used to, the party has to find out what caused the fog to get rid of it. The duration of the spell is inspired by True Polymorph and is supposed to act similarly to it. Just wanted to say that you think unique style. You're nice. Okay, compliments. We're not going to read that because I'm uncomfortable by them. Okay, fine. I'll read it. Yay, thank you for the compliment. You're nice. Now, I'm going to say something right now before we dive too deep into this one. Oh, man. Can I not read it? Did I not make it shareable? Yeah, you got to make it shareable, buddy. I can still give you some feedback, though. If you're making a spell super plot important, it's hard to balance because it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, it only needs to serve the purpose for your plot. The other thing that I was going to say was that you only need to understand the mechanics so much that the players can interact with it and use it as a plot point. You don't actually need it to work totally functionally as a spell unless the goal is the players getting access to it. So if you want, like, you can just, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to write it all the way out. You can just, like, it's the same thing with, like, having an NPC that's like a rogue. They don't need every single feature of a rogue. They just need, like, a sneak attack and cunning action, and then they basically feel like a rogue. You know what I mean? Just do enough to answer the question. All right. But yeah, make things available or we can't read them. Sunday, Monday, happy day. Tuesday, happy day. This is for nerds who want to kick gods down from their heavenly domain. All right. Mage Foot.
Mage Foot.
That's what it's called.
Lord, I'm into it. This
is a evocation cantrip. I don't want to be that guy, but it probably shouldn't be an evocation cantrip. A spectral floating foot appears at a point you choose within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the creature to strike it on the foot. On a foot. Wait, so it's a foot and then it hits them on the foot. Oh, with the foot. I'm sorry. On a hit, the target takes 1d6 force damage. If the damaged creature is sized medium or smaller, it's pushed 10 feet in the direction of your choice. First of all, this is great. I love it. Second of all, I feel like this should probably be Conjuration.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Evocation is like energy. So like think explosions, think healing. It's like fire. It's like almost like chemical reaction is evocation is a good way to think about it. Anytime you have a cantrip that like brings something out of the ether, I feel like Conjuration works well. Yeah, Mage Hand is Conjuration. Yo, man, see, we so smart. But this is really fun. I like it. 10 feet is a pretty big push. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel 100% about that, but it's probably fine.
It also doesn't scale.
I also would, yeah, and I would also clarify that I think it has to be a horizontal direction. I don't think you should be able to push them up.
I think that's probably all you need to do is just that horizontal direction. I like that the size of the foot increases as the cantrip damage increases.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I didn't even notice that before. That's actually fantastic.
That's really good.
Very cool. Evocation is often seen as damage magic, but that's just because we're not reading close enough into the weeds. Really, I like this a lot. If a player wanted to use this in the game, I would be down. I would take this cantrip basically as is, and I would let a player use it. I like it. It's fun.
100%.
Nice, Tuesday. Nice. All right, after the next one, I have to go pee. Grungslinger or Idiot Sandwich. Oh, I believe they were here earlier. I think they left.
Yeah, they do a bit.
Patrick.
Yes.
I was gonna say something and I forgot what it was.
Oh no.
What was it? God damn it! I don't remember.
Something about Tuesday. Something about having to go pee.
Oath of Resistance Paladin. Did I look at this one last week? We're gonna not remember right now. Change some of the flavor. Change the channel divinity. Or now does one thing instead of two. Replaced Faceless Martyr with 1 day more. All right, let's just take a look at it.
Okay.
All right. Oath of Resistance. You have seen the oppressed. You have seen their shining faces dampened by their sweat. Okay, this is like Can You Hear the People Sing the Song of Angry Men. We're going to skip the flavor text because I already gave feedback on it. We're not going to worry about it this time. Tenets are undermine, sow seeds of revolution, rally, lead the fight against those you wish to stay, who wish you'd stay down, shepherd, empower the weak, uprise, by force or diplomacy, bring freedom to the people. All right, we've got some spells: Heroism, Sanctuary, Shatter, Healing Spirit, Crusader's Mantle, Slow, Death Ward, Freedom of Movement, Wall of Stone, Circle of Power. I think these are pretty friggin' solid spells. I feel like there are a couple things you could move around a little bit if you wanted to, but I dig all of them. Also, I remember expressing that you should have a spell that builds obstacles, so I like that you put Wall of Stone in there.
Yeah.
This is something that I believe we looked at a couple weeks ago.
Okay. I'm going to have a hard time with this one, Cinder, because this is very close. This is very close to the Oath of the Revolution that I wrote.
Yes, no, I know.
So I'm going to have a hard time being like, I would have done it this way. Oh, wait, because I did do it that way.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Vital Barricade. As a bonus action, you empower your allies to stand stronger. For 1 minute, allies within 15 feet of you had advantage against being knocked prone or grappled. Hear the people sing. As an action, you can bolster your allies' defenses in the face of the oppressor. Choose a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier within 15 feet of you. I think you could extend the range of that, probably. Who can hear you until the end of your next turn. These creatures gain resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. Yeah, make this range 30 feet.
30 minimum. Yeah, definitely 30.
Because we're getting auras and shit anyway. And this one is basically an aura. Beginning at I think both of these are fine. I like them both. Vital Barricade is a little is very situational, and I'm almost wondering if there's a thing that could be added to it to make, like, maybe they get advantage on strength saving throws or something like that. I don't know.
I may also change that to not be allies within 15 feet of you, and instead reorient it to be like you pick a number of creatures equal to your charisma mod that you can see, and for the next minute, those individuals have advantage against getting knocked prone or grappled, so that you can, like, at the start of combat, buff your fighter, your barbarian, and send them in.
Yeah,
right?
I will just say, though, I don't think they should both function the same way. I don't think you should make them both choose a number of creatures within range. So play around with that a little bit. I think Hear the People
Sing shouldn't have choose a number of creatures. I think it should just be every creature within... Actually, at that point, every creature within 15 feet of you works if you don't limit the number of creatures.
That's true. Make this one the aura. Like, it's an aura blast, and this one is creature picking. That could work. That could work really well, actually. Okay, Aura of Rebellion. At 7th level, you and your allies within 10 feet of you cannot be forcibly moved against their will unless they are incapacitated. Pretty strong.
A little redundant to Vital Barricade. Just a little.
Well, the opposite. Because Vital Barricade is knocking you prone and getting grappled, which is preventing movement or knocking down. This one is forcing movement. So it is another side of the coin, but it is very similar feeling.
Okay. Yeah. It feels like you're hitting that note again. Which is not awful, but might be a place to flex, especially because it is real good.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty solid feature, though. If anything, it might be a little overpowered. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it.
Yeah.
If it did feel overpowered, there's ways that you could temper it. You could make it like you could make it sort of a resistance advantage or something, or you could make it like limited, like if a creature is forcibly moved against their will, the distance they are moved is reduced by a certain amount. You could if you wanted to fuck around with it in that way. You don't have to, though. Okay, 1 day more. This really is the Les Mis of this.
Fucking Javert, goodness.
At 15th level, he had it coming. At 15th level, your unyielding determination to continue fighting for freedoms imbues you and your allies with the strength to fight another day. When you or an ally within 15 feet of you are reduced to 0 hit points but not killed outright, you can use your reaction to expend use of your Lay on Hands feature and heal that amount. Once you or your ally has been benefited from this amount, they cannot do so again until they finish a long rest. I don't think this should be a you or your allies thing. I think this should just be a thing that you can just do to yourself. For 2 reasons. One, it just feels like it's 2 separate features. Like, one is you can heal yourself with Lay on Hands. One is you can use your reaction to use Lay on Hands, because you normally could use Lay on Hands to bring up an unconscious creature that isn't you anyway. Like, that's just something you can just do normally. The other thing is that all of these features are aura-based, every single one, and they really shouldn't be. I feel like the Aura of Rebellion should be aura-based. Everything else should not feel like it's so intrinsically tied to your auras or giving you more auras. So I disagree with that structural design at this point. It seems a little too repetitive, in my opinion.
I think it's tough to do, like, Because again, like, what do you when you think about revolution, you think about like crowds and groups and needing to be sort of available to them. And so this almost I don't really perceive this as an aura as much as it has a range. And I'm wondering how you think about the distinction there.
I think that if you want it to feel distinct, the range can't be functionally exactly the same as every aura that we've gotten so far.
That's true. That's a fair point. I would also say that in general, I don't love the idea of like being able to bring yourself back from 0 hit points on this subclass. I just don't think that that's thematic in this situation.
So maybe
like,
just having it be a reaction lay on hands. You know what it could do? This is what you could do. This is actually how I would do this. If you want to keep the 15-foot range thing, you could do that. But I would say at 15th level, the range of your lay on hands extends from touch to 15 feet. That could be enough right there. If you want it to be more than that, you could add, in additionally, when a creature within range of your lay on hands drops to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to use lay on hands on them immediately. I think that could work, but I don't think But I agree. I would take it off myself. Take it off yourself. Voice of the People, 20th level. You become the physical manifestation of the voice of the voiceless populace. As an action, you undergo a transformation for 1 minute. For the duration, you gain the following benefits. You and your allies within 30 feet of you have advantage on saving throws against being charmed, frightened, paralyzed, stunned, incapacitated. As a bonus action, you can unleash a powerful war cry or sing a rallying song that empowers your allies. All allies who can hear you within 30 feet gain a bonus to their next attack roll or ability check equal to your charisma modifier. If you or any of your allies within 30 feet of you are benefiting from cover, you gain an additional degree of cover. For example, if you have half cover, it becomes 3/4 cover. If you have 3/4 cover, it becomes full cover. Additionally, enemies within 30 feet of you who are benefiting from cover have their cover reduced by 1 degree. Drop the enemies losing their cover by 1 degree. And I want to say that you might even want to... I feel like making it so allies that have 3/4 cover have full covers is too much. I might just make it so everyone in a certain radius of you just count as having half cover, even if they don't.
Yeah.
Increasing cover can be fun, but the thing is, you could very easily... I know this is level 20, so it like doesn't really matter. But by the time you're level 20, it's very easy to create a situation where you have 3/4 cover. Which means that you could very easily create situations where regularly you and your allies are just untargetable, but you are fully capable of targeting the enemies. And I think that is maybe too much.
I think half cover, regardless of whether or not you have cover, is a good way to handle that. It's a good abstraction.
Yeah, it is. Databank says I'm putting that on my wall. It's 20th level, doesn't really matter. That is true, but it also it's just true. It is. It doesn't really matter. Okay. If you couldn't find the credit for the second image, find a new image. That's what you should do. Okay. Yeah, I think it feels pretty good so far, though. Nice improvements. I hope you continue to work on it. I would encourage you to not have everything based on a 15-foot range.
Yeah.
Too much 15-foot.
If you're going to have everything be based on a 15-foot range, you almost need to figure out how to work that into, like, the core class, where it's like, at 3rd level, you get this 15-foot bubble, but Paladins don't really have a structure for that, so Paladin probably wouldn't be where I would put that kind of interaction.
Yeah. I do need to pee, though. Do you want me to go to the waiting screen, or do you want me to stay here?
You can do whatever you like.
All right, I'm gonna stay here. I'll be right back. 1 second. Feel free to stay or do whatever you want, Pat. It's your show for a hot sec.
Listen, everybody, we need to coordinate so that next stream, all of the links are not openable. And Cinder just doesn't get to stream. We need to unionize, my friends. Also, Databank, welcome back. Name, that's a good idea. They just all link to like a single Google Doc. That's fucking good. That's fucking funny. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I was thinking about Rickroll. I was thinking like, what could we link him to that would be, and it just, I don't know. It feels done, you know? It feels done. Giraffe, we gotta figure out how to we gotta set up a different Discord so we can coordinate. Link to Cinder's own thing. Name, what do you mean by Cinder's own thing? Everyone should try. Yeah, everyone should try to put the word May in their submission description. That's also very fun. That's very good. That's very good. We have to keep this a secret and just hope he doesn't read back into chat. Ross, I do not think that Cinder is a ferocious advocate for union busting, but we could make him become one if we unionize against him. Oh, the Oath of May. I like that. I like that a lot. Just link to a long stream of compliments. Make him very uncomfortable.
What are you talking about?
Everybody spam the chat, quick!
What's going on?
I'm doing it.
You trying to start some shit? You want to look at my? Somebody said my homebrew. We can look at my homebrew at some point. This weapon. Hi, did I miss anything fun, Patrick?
Listen. On advice of counsel, I'm not allowed to say anything.
All right, fine. I'll tell you what. The only compliments I accept now are super chats, member gifts, and Patreon memberships.
What about cash?
Well, you can do cash, but you don't have to. You've evolved past that. We have an actual friendship.
All right. I feel gratified. Fantastic.
Yeah. These fucking robots on the internet. Cash is the only way they can earn my love. Well, that's not true. They can earn my love just through existing. But it's the only way that they earn my distinct love. Okay, let's look at this piece from Kiencat. What does that even mean, distinct love? Who's to say? This weapon was made for a campaign where the party are able to team up among a variety of factions comprised of monsters and a bunch of monsters. Cool, that sounds cool. I developed this weapon as the party became trusted allies to the devils against their fight with the demon faction, loved the Blood War, and wanted to get some feedback for this future replays.
You haven't posted the link yet.
No, I haven't posted shit yet. This is called Mur's Chain. Mur is a great name, first of all. I love the name Mur.
That is a really good name.
Makes me think of Impractical Jokers, which is a show that I love so much. Have you ever watched that show, Pat? I don't know. I can't tell if that's a thing you would love or hate.
I don't. Those types of things tend to be in that space for me. I'm either gonna make it my whole personality, or I'm not gonna be able to stand it.
It's not it for me. It sits in a very similar space as what's the show that I showed you that you ended up really liking? The silly one, the British one, the one with the comedians who they.
Master, yes.
Yeah. So it sits. For me it fills a similar space as Taskmaster. Okay. It's a different sort of show, but it's the kind of show where it legitimately. I'm just having fun watching it and laughing out loud regularly while watching it.
Nice.
But it's similarly nothing, but at the same time, sometimes shockingly amazing. It's just about 4 people who are friends, all from like the Long Island area, who basically have a prank show. But the whole gimmick of the show is they don't really make fools out of anyone else. They make each other make fools out of each other. So like it'll be the kind of thing where like you have to pretend that you're working at a store and everyone and the other guys are like telling you stuff that you have to say and you have to either say it or quit, and if you quit you lose the episode. It's basically it. But they just have to make fools of themselves. It's pretty good. All right, let's look at Mur's Chain. Did I post it in the link? Did I post it in the thing? I think I did. Here's Mur's Chain. Yeah, Taskmaster is friggin' great. Mur's Chain. Okay, it's a 2d6 plus strength or dex. That's a pretty powerful thing right there. A 2d6 reach finesse weapon is very strong because that's going to be working with sneak attack. That's big. So to keep even if you don't do anything else, it's not crazy strong. It's not going to break anything, but just to keep things in perspective, the highest damage die finesse weapon in D&D is a 1d8 weapon. So this is skipping past 1d10 and going to 2d6. And then it is also increasing its range. So nothing completely uncouth, but just when you're building new weapons from scratch in general, regardless of how you make them magical or not, it's good to just keep that stuff in mind. Okay. A shape-changing chain weapon once owned by a notable chain devil who created this weapon in order to adapt to the... Okay, this sentence is too long. You could just say, a notable chain devil created this weapon in order to adapt against opponents that... I would even just say... Man, I would just say... This shape-changing weapon was created by a notable chain devil. I might even just say that. I don't think you need to say any of these other sentences. When the chain devil was slain by an unknown force, the weapons was stored away by the chain devil's compatriot, who searches for someone worthy enough to claim the weapon. Okay. Yeah, it's a little wordy. When you roll a 22 hit with this magic weapon, the target takes an extra 2d6 slashing, bludgeoning, piercing damage. Can I make a suggestion? Make this psychic. This is a devil weapon. This should be psychic. Make this psychic. Extra damage should be psychic. Shape change. As a bonus action, you can change the chain's form up to half your current level, rounded down. What does that mean?
We get our forms here. It's sort of formatted weirdly.
Each form has a unique property. Oh, I see. You can change it a number of times per day equal to half your level rounded down. Don't do that. Just make it a times per day. Make it 5 times per day. Make it 10 times per day. Just make it a number. Keep it to that number. You think they use the word chain devil too many times? Yeah, I agree. Okay, so let's see what these different things is. As a bonus action, you change... Oh, we read that already. Okay, so as a bonus action, you can change it into the Meteor Hammer. When it's the Meteor Hammer, you now have a new... Okay, so... Interesting. Okay, so the bonus action change doesn't actually do anything. It just literally just changes its shape. So when you have it in Meteor Hammer mode, you get a new feature where as a reaction, you can add +2 to your AC against... Don't talk in third person, talk in second person for these types of things. As a reaction, you can add +2 to your AC against one melee attack that would hit you. You must be able to see your attacker. In addition, critical hits made with this weapon stun the targets. There needs to be a saving throw attached to this. Stunning without a saving throw is brokenly strong at all levels. The sickle version, the wheel, you can attempt to grapple the target. Until the grapple ends, the target is restrained and takes 2d6 slashing damage at the start of each of their turns. The grapple ends when attacking again or the target passes the DC. Okay, I think that's cool. Again, magic items should have their own DC. They shouldn't be built off of you. So this would just be a number here. And then range, dart range is increased by 10 feet. When you hit with a target as a free actions aren't a thing in D&D. You can pull the target 5 feet towards you. The target must pass a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or they fall prone when they are pulled. So if you ever want something to be for free, you either just say as a part, when you either would just say this, when you hit a target as a part of the attack, you can choose to, and you just don't even reference the action economy, or you put in parentheses, no action required. The phrase free action, not a thing in D&D.
Yep.
Overall, this is pretty cool. I think that there are certain things that you need to, honestly, the most work for you to clean up is your structure and sentence structure. Right in the second person. You don't need phrases like to do so. You don't need things like that. Magic items don't scale normally, so you should address that. Or they don't, rather, they're not, their DCs aren't based off of you. They're based off of their own. And then stun needs to, even if it's only on crits, stuns need a saving throw. Free action is a Pathfinder thing. Oh, that makes sense.
I think it may have also been a reference thing in 4th ed or maybe 3.5.
Who's to say?
Like, it's a thing in a couple of games. Not me.
Oh, my sister's posting so many photos. I went to the beach with my family this week.
Nice.
Let's see if there's any good ones of me. I'm so self-centered.
It's important. Listen.
Not one. Fuck you.
Nope.
Fuck you, my
Rude.
sister. Well, to be fair, we did have to leave. We did have to leave early.
Crispy Giraffe says free object interaction is a thing in 5e. I think that is true. There is an object interaction component of the action economy. I forget whether or not it's called free. But it is misleading one way or the other.
Free object interaction. Let's check. This is how we actually check. If that phrase pops up when I type free object interaction, it means it is. If not, then it's not. I'm pretty sure free object interaction is not a thing. At least that phrase is not a thing because it would pop up here. Yep, not a thing. You might be thinking of something else.
I think it might just be called object interaction.
But those aren't free. Those require things. It's not a free action.
There's a thing.
You can pick up or put down. You can pick up and you can pick up and or put down an object.
Mm-hmm.
I think for free. I don't think that requires anything.
Yeah, there's a term. There's a term for that.
Free action is a GURPS thing.
Yeah, it's in a lot of games.
All right. Well, it's not in 5e, even though technically it is.
Here we go.
You can
interact with. It's other activity on your turn is technically the action economy term here. You can interact with one object or feature of the environment for free during either your move or your action. If you want to interact with a second object, you need to use your action.
Yeah, that's not a free action. That's not a free. That's not the term.
No,
free action.
Free action doesn't exist. No, 100%.
Like I said,
there are free object interaction.
There are things you can do for free, but that term doesn't exist. When you use that term, it looks like you don't know how to write for D&D. That's the point.
Yes.
The point is it comes off looking unprofessional. Elanet says, "Hope stream is going well. Here comes a murky brew for you. A murky brew.
Murky.
Yeah, and the stun feature needs a duration. Good call. Totally wasn't even thinking about that.
Yeah,
Circle of murkiness. Okay, this thing requires a new rule called wet.
This fucking stream, man.
Yeah, I wonder, this subclass should probably go really well with that girthy magic item. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Okay, wet creatures have resistance to fire damage. Wet creatures' movement is reduced by 5 feet. A creature can spend half its movement to pat itself dry. If a creature takes fire damage, it is no longer wet. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind for this. I don't know how I feel about this condition. I probably would. I don't know. It seems fine. If you like extra layers of complication. All right, let's look at this. Circle of Murkiness. Fog is the secret keeper of the natural world. Druids of Murkiness understand that water in its gaseous form is nature's most insidious force. Is it? Is it really? Because it's kind of just fucking fog. I don't know if it's that insidious. I feel like nature's most insidious force. I don't know. There's like viruses, lightning. I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't think your goal is comedy. This reads as comedic. It's because fog is not insidious. Hurricanes? Yeah. There's quite a few forces I'd prefer over fog. I'd take fog over. It's incorporeal, impenetrable, adaptable. These druids aim to blanket the world in fog. This is like a D-list supervillain. Oh, I am the fog master. I shall wrap the whole city in a shroud of fog. Traffic will be unbearable. The baseball games, no one will be buying tickets, and the views out your windows, oh, they shall be obscured.
This explains San Francisco quite a bit. Just the victim of a D-list supervillain all the time.
I don't think it's dumb. I just think it's silly. It's silly.
It is very silly.
And if you don't want it to be silly, you have to figure out how to write it in a different way because it's too serious for it being fucking fog. Okay, to preserve what must remain unknown and remove those who knows. That's not a sentence. That doesn't mean anything. That's awkward.
And also, is the fog removing people? How is the fog?
I don't know. We're going to see. Their magic whips as sharply as the cold winter mornings, which sometimes do have fog, and are as mysterious, you spelled mysterious wrong, as a summer's twilight. What has been seen cannot be unseen. What is not a problem for the enemies is... Wait, what has been seen cannot be unseen is not a problem for the enemies. Okay, I feel like they're trying to be clever with wordiness and it's not working. Drop this, doesn't work well. Let the hunt begin. You need to clarify that...
I don't know what we're hunting.
Yeah, I didn't even realize anyone was hunting. I thought we were just making everything foggy. If you want this to be like we make fog to hunt in, you need to clarify that earlier. Okay, looks like we get 2 features at second level. We get Stalker's Mist and Scourging Mist. Starting at second level, you learn how to weave the mist to obscure you. As an action, you can create a sphere of fog centered on you with a radius of equal to 10 times your druid level.
It's pretty big at high levels.
It's going to get really big. The sphere spreads around corners and its area is lightly obscured. Hostile creatures treat this fog as difficult terrain. That's really strong. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. No, it should just take your wild shape. Okay, let's see. Regaining uses after a long rest. You can take the hide action as a bonus action while in the fog. I'm going to point something out here. Wait, it's lightly obscured. What does lightly obscured actually mean?
Don't know if it means anything. And also, there's no duration on this.
Yeah, there's got to be that. Let's see.
Oh, lightly obscured is a thing. It means disadvantage on perception checks that rely on sight.
Okay, so not that crazy. This difficult terrain it's a little bit much to be that big. I would encourage not it being difficult terrain or being something else, or limiting in some way. The other thing is, let's see what
sometimes proficiency bonus would be a lot more reasonable for difficult terrain.
Yeah, and we're also getting 10 times your proficiency bonus would work fine. It would start, that actually would probably be better.
It starts at exactly the same.
Starts at 20 feet and goes up to 60 feet, which is also huge, but reasonable. I'm also going to say, I see we get a wild shape thing here. I'm almost going to argue that I don't care. The wild shape should be this thing, but let's see what this is. As an action, you can expend 1 charge of your wild shape, 1 use of your wild shape, to turn each of your hands into thick, misty tendrils, which you can use as weapons if it's empty. You are proficient with these tendrils. You have to rewrite this. They have a reach and finesse property and deal 1d6 cold damage on a hit on each of your turns when you attack or grapple a creature with a tendril and it was wet. You can make 1 additional tendril attack as part of the same action. All right. Okay, let's be real here. This is how you want to do this. You just get a new attack that is a wet tendril attack. You make it your spellcasting modifier attack roll. It's a d6 plus wisdom damage. It's cold damage. You can keep the wet thing so long as the damage never increases over 1d6. It doesn't really matter. And you make the summoning of the crazy sphere. That should be your wild shape. Let's see what we get at 6th level. At 6th level, the mist holds no secrets from you. You can see normally in fog, both magical and non-magical, to a distance of 140 feet. Why is this the number? Seems very random. And the fog is not treated as heavily obscured. Okay, that's too strong. The fog being treated as heavily obscured is too strong. Being able to create a giant mist that no one can see through but you is too strong. I'm sorry. This could be
If it's your wild shape, is it? Because it's just darkness or fog cloud.
It's more than that. You have advantage on everything against everyone inside it is blind and you aren't. So no one can see you.
The Paladin aura for the Oath of the.
No, it's not.
It's not. It's a critical role thing.
Yeah,
there is a Paladin,
and but the range of that is 10 feet, I believe, and then at 18th level it's 30 feet. The range of this is hundreds of feet.
Well, that's got to change one way or the other, right?
But even still, even if the range is 20 feet at second level, that's too strong, I think. If at 6th level the range would be 30 feet if it was based on proficiency bonus, I still think that's too strong.
So
I think if you want to make this thing heavily, if your goal is to create a massive, heavily obscured area, you need to figure out a way to temper that strength or hold it back until the truly the highest levels. Because it's essentially the same as magical darkness plus devil sight.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I would change it. I would change it. At 10th level, your mist becomes so thick and wet that anything could be hiding in it. When you Stalker's Mist, creatures within the area must make a wisdom saving throw against your Druid save or be frightened by your fog. Everything that you are doing to increase the power of Stalker's Mist is too powerful. Partially because...
Chat wants us to explain why.
Why? All right, I can explain.
Chat, I think it's still stuck on Vapor Sight, but just in general, like, why is Heavy Obscurement so problematic? Assuming that they're going to reduce the range, right? Because I think we can all agree that 200 feet of
so Heavy Obscurement. Heavy Obscurement. 1 second. What the fuck? I'm pretty sure it's just darkness.
Darkness just heavily obscures, yeah.
So it means two things. It means, one, all creatures inside it effectively suffer the blind condition. Now, if you're like, well, that's cool, I can make creatures blind. There's a spell called Blind Death, right? That's a 2nd level spell. Okay. So a good way to think about this is affecting one creature with blindness is roughly the equivalent of a 2nd level spell. This is affecting limitless creatures with 0 saving throw, and you are not affected. So what that means is anything that requires a creature to see you to target you, they cannot use. Anything else is done at disadvantage, while you are making all of your targeting things with advantage. It's very strong. Even if the area was never bigger than 20 feet, it would still be very strong. But the fact that the area grows at all beyond the size of an ordinary darkness spell is very strong. I hope that, I don't know if that clarifies it, but I hope that helps clarify it. I feel like you could maybe, like, yeah, I don't know, man. I have mixed feelings. Oh, what the fuck is happening here? Why is there... Oh, Invisible Stalker keeps... Oh, Jesus Christ. Calm down.
I found the OpenSea thing, by the way.
Yeah.
For context, it's... so again, this unofficial material is a critical role, but it's a Channel Divinity 3rd level. You create an area of heavy obscurement 20 feet in all directions, and then you and every creature within 5 feet of you treats that as lightly obscured. So it's effectively the same thing, but just 20 feet, lasting for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, and it's also Channel Divinity, which is, for Paladins, uncommon. Any other way, you should tie it to your wild shape and tone it down. I think having your fog do a potential fear thing, I think that's fine. That could work really well. It just, again, you're just going to need to tone down the other things. And unfortunately, I just don't think Heavy Obscurement as a consistent mechanic you have access to very easily is a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. I would really struggle. I would really struggle to be a dungeon master running the game for this druid, and I would equally really struggle to be a player playing alongside this druid.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think regardless of how powerful it is, it's just hard to run at the table. I've run for an Oath of the Open Sea Paladin before, and that Marine layer every time was basically just encounter ending. Like, no one could do anything.
That's what I mean. It's just too much. It's just a little too much.
Yeah, right. GM Workshop says, could you stop doing that? I'd like to play the game, please. And it does in practice kind of bear out that energy.
Pat, GM Workshop is running the streamed game that I'm going to be playing in.
I am excited. It's Wednesdays, right?
It's going to be Wednesday nights. I didn't read the thing that you sent. I didn't read the thing that he sent. He sent a thing. I didn't read it yet. Okay, Mistborn. At 14th level, the mists open its murky doors to you. Welcome home. There's the tone of this is so I don't know what the tone is supposed to be. Welcome. It's such
I think it's
odd
supposed
phrasing.
to be a little bit like M. Night Shyamalan, right? I think it's supposed to be a little bit like Creatures in the Mist, or like kind of like horrors in the mist.
But why is it saying "Welcome home" to us?
I don't know.
It's good. I don't get the tone. When standing in a source, put a U here, a source of fog, don't say you can as an action, say as an action you can. As an action, you can expend 2 uses of Wild Shape at the same time to transform into an invisible stalker. As part of the same action, select one hostile creature you can see as your quarry. You are outside the fog at the start of your turn. You don't need a quarry. I don't think you need to limit yourself that way in the same way that the invisible stalker does. I also feel like this should be the 10th level feature. I feel like the 2 wild shapes to do a powerful thing is almost always the 10th level feature, and I would also argue that the big area of effect of now your fog isn't just fog, it scares people. That fits a lot better. I would switch the 10th and the 14th.
That's got to come earlier. Yeah,
I would switch these two. It's a very interesting idea, but you are building something around a core concept that is fundamentally very, very difficult to balance. That's your challenge. Yeah. And you don't need to, at the end of the day, you're going to either agree or disagree that a big area of heavy obscurement is powerful or not. Like, you can decide to, we are never, like, I will always think that's too powerful in the context of D&D 99% of the time. So if you disagree with that, that's totally fine. But I do think that is your challenge, is if you really want this to be about like fog and mist, how do you do that in a way that isn't diving headfirst into the pool of complicated, overpowered, and gets in the way of other players? That's your challenge. It is a very fun idea from a flavor perspective, and I do really like transforming into an invisible stalker. I like using your wild shape to make mist, too. I just think the mist maybe needs to do something different other than heavy obscurement.
I would also say that you go to the length of introducing a new rule, a new condition that people can be in, and don't really do much with it until later game. Considering that it's really circumstantial and it's not really the most powerful thing, I would consider other ways that you could figure out to leverage that earlier on. Like having advantage on attacks made against wet creatures or something. There's probably something there.
Here, do you guys want to see a picture of me and my nephew? Here, wait, I'll show you. Can you see? There's me and my nephew.
Cute.
Okay.
Cinder, you're so little.
I know. He's so big. Cool. Very fun idea. Yes. Challenging to make work, but fun idea. And the flavor text is tonally unclear. If you want fog to actually be scary, you gotta like explain why the fog is scary. You can't just be like, this is like the fog's so scary, because fog is it's just fog, you know?
Yeah, fog's not really that much of a threat in the end. You gotta kind of make it a threat.
Oh, data bank.
Hey,
Somebody said you can't see through your own fog. There was a feature that was literally exactly you can see through your own fog. We might actually get a use out of the document I made explicitly for your competitions. Okay, this one came to me one night when I remembered the various magical staffs with retributive strike. Retributive strike. I asked, what if there was a staff that just gave you the sorcery points instead of charges? If you are wondering how I got these numbers, I converted the charges from the Staff of Power into flat sorcery points. I expect this to get bashed for balance. It's a first draft. Well, the first thing that I will say is you should never assume that sorcery points are equal in balance to anything else. Certainly not the charges of a magic item. They're inherently much more... Okay, so it's a Staff of Power, basically, but it's using sorcery points. That's my guess. Has 40 points. It regains 48 plus 8 at dawn. What else is it? Let's see. Deep within the earth, under the pressure of
you
the
got the
sea.
link?
Oh,
Cinder?
sorry. Let me put the link up. There you go. Deep within the earth, under the pressures of the seas, are the well springs of the world. They boil out water, and the water that feeds all life and eventually the world. Some brave soul has captured this spring and placed it in a crystal. Just being near this unlocks the magical energy. Okay, so it's legendary, requires attunement by a sorcerer. As an action, you can attach the crystal to a tiny object. It falls off if your attunement ends. You get a +2 to your armor class, saving throws, and attack rolls. Okay, so very, very strong immediately. I'm going to be honest. This should be an artifact immediately based on just this. This, if this is enough that if you want it to have a bunch of other stuff, I'm going to say artifact. Now, the Staff of Power might do something very similar to this. I'm not looking at it right now. But the Staff of Power also doesn't use sorcery points. So the fact that we're trying to make something that gives us extra sorcery points, bust this bad boy up. Because sorcery points are really strong. So the one thing that I'm going to say immediately, and I don't think you're going to like it, and I think that that's fine, is that I think it's impossible to balance a item that gives 40 sorcery points. Straight up. I don't think that's possible to do. That means that that gives you essentially 3 times the amount of sorcery points you have at level 20. I think that just breaks everything. I don't know how to balance that.
Yeah, that's a lot. Is there a reason why it's so many? I mean, I think he said that he was basing it off of the Staff of Power.
Yeah, so the Staff of Power the Staff of Power is a fun item. The Staff of Power comes with 40 charges. It does a whole bunch of stuff, and you can also break it and makes a giant explosion. But
those charges are so constrained.
Yeah,
right?
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Like,
also the Staff of Power only has 20 charges.
Oh, really? Oh, well then there you go. That's one thing.
Yeah.
But even 20 even 10 charges feels like it would be a lot.
At most.
I feel like it having 10 sorcery points is very strong already. So yeah, I would significantly lower these. But let's see what we can actually do with this. You can you expend the crystal's sorcery points instead of your own when using meta magic. Okay, as a bonus action, you can expend a crystal sorcery points to create spells. Okay, so this is just meta magic. Minimized attack. Once per day you can spend 9 sorcery points to get a 6th level spell slot. So you're a little bit better meta magic. When you roll damage for a spell of 1st level or higher, you can expend a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level to deal maximum damage to one target of the spell. You can spend this using either your own sorcery points or the crystals. Okay. I mean, that's very, very strong. I still feel like this should be an artifact. When you cast the spell that has an area of effect, you can expend a number of sorcery points up to your charisma modifier to increase. Well, increasing the area is really big. Okay, so you can increase the area of effect. Let's see what Retributive Strike does. Is this just the one where you break it? You can use an action to shatter it. Yeah, you can shatter it on the ground, and it just does a bunch of fucked up shit. Explodes things. That's just probably fine. I mean, big explosions is whatever. That's cool. I'm into that. Okay, so main thing here. If you want to give an item that gives a increased... If you want to give an item that gives 2 new and distinct meta magic options, both of which are unquestionably stronger than any meta magic options, or at least on par with the strongest meta magic options, and you want to make it so that you can use meta magic points, sorcery points, to get a higher level spell slot back than normal, and you essentially want to double the amount of sorcery points you have, that feels like a lot too much.
This is interesting in theory, but just way over.
I don't understand why you used the Staff of Power for this initial design. It's minimum damage. Why would you want to deal minimum damage? What is that? What does that mean? The hell are you talking about, Data? This is... You can spend sorcery points to choose to deal minimum damage? Why would you ever do that? I'm confused why you would do that, if that's what you mean. GM Workshop says, I'll be honest, this is such a crunchy item, it feels like 3.5, but it's a bit too much for 5e. Neat idea, though.
Says yes, utility.
What's
there
the
might
utility
be some cheesy
of
stuff somewhere? I'm not sure.
Oh, you don't want to drop people from a fireball.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I feel like you already get so many other meta magic options that handle that, like careful spell and stuff.
Yeah, there's I think slightly better ways to do that. And also a thing that you can do is just like always declare damage as non-lethal. Is it somewhat cheesy thing that you can do in 5e?
Yeah, but they're still taking that. They'll still go unconscious.
Yeah, but if everybody but you is unconscious, you can go finish the people you want to finish and get the people back up that you want to get back up. It's kind of immaterial.
Yeah. I think that, okay, here's what I'll say. I think making a staff that gives you more sorcery points and more options for sorcery points is a cool idea. It makes a great capstone sorcerer item. I think that's a very good idea for a capstone sorcerer item. But I think that's just crazy. I think that your biggest mistake is basing this off of the Staff of Power. The Staff of Power is built so fundamentally different than that sort of item that I don't see the correlation there. And most of the things that I'm like, I don't agree with this, come from the fact that you built it around the Staff of Power. So I would pull back from the Staff of Power, and I would think about making a staff that gives you bonus sorcery points and lets you do cool, unique things with them, and just build it from there. I think that drop all the Staff of Power stuff. Yeah, that's the main thought. Widening spell is pretty strong. Minimizing attack, I genuinely think feels weird. I feel like it's counterintuitive. Using sorcery points to I don't know. I feel like we already have careful spell. I don't think we need another alternative to careful spell. I'd put something else here. How many sorcery points would I recommend? Well, if it's giving you other sorcery point options, not many. I think 10 at the maximum. But even 10 is a lot of extra sorcery points to get. It's 50% more sorcery points than you'd have at level 20. So like,
yeah, it's quite a lot.
I would not give many more sorcery points. 10 would be the maximum. And I would not build it around a staff. I would the Staff of Power, or the whatever the staff is that it's built around. I would just make it something new. Yeah, because not only you're getting so much, dude. You're getting all of this too. Yeah. You got to tone it back. But getting a staff that gives you sorcery points and new things to do with those points is cool. I like that conceptually quite a bit. An alternative idea, let's see, equal to proficiency bonus, that could work. An alternative idea, consider if you want making a unique type of item, artifact power level, why not make a staff that gives players legendary actions? That's a very different direction, but that is a fun. That's a fun idea, but that's a very different direction, I think, than where Data was going with it.
That's true. Hey, Cinder, I've got to drop off, man. But this has been fun.
Yeah, isn't it nice not doing this at like midnight?
Yes, it is. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody, it's been a blast. And you guys have some phenomenal homebrew as always. And I will talk to y'all very soon.
Oh man, Warden the Ginger, you must not know me that well. Bye, Patrick. I love you.
Bye.
I don't do this. I don't do this roll for piece to review thing. Sorry. I'll look at the first one. I'll look at the subclass or the subrace. I don't like that. I don't like playing those games. I don't want it to be like, hey, just send me a piece to look at. Pick the one that you want me to look at and send me that. Don't send me 6 things and tell me to pick which one. Don't send me 2 things and tell me to pick which one. All right. Glacial Dwarf. They get +2 to con. Dark vision, normal dwarf stuff. What else do they get? Blue-skinned dwarves that have taken up living in the coldest areas, icebergs, glaciers, even icy comets, wherever they live. Even icy comets, wherever they live, beautiful sculptures of their deities. There needs to be a period or a comma or something here. Wherever they live, beautiful sculptures of their deities or figures in society or just pieces of art worked into ice are found in abundance. This is sloppy. Clean this language up. Or just, it's just too casual. It's just too casual. Beautiful sculptures of their deities. Just do period. Ended at deities. Figures in society. Or figures in society, or just pieces of art. Yeah, it's just too casual. Ice magic like never seen before is performed in their caverns and icy conclaves. Castles of ice with luxuries of even more mysterious origin. All right, let's see. We get a +1 to intelligence. This is a lot of features for a subrace. Let's see. We get improvised weapons, as well as a handful of other weapons. We have advantage on saving throws against snow and resistance to cold damage. We get a bunch of spell casting. Increased damage taken from fire. What does that mean? Does that mean vulnerability to fire? Ice cunning. Whenever you make an intelligence history check related to the origins of ice or ice sculpture you're proficient in, you're able to double that. I think this is kind of fun. I think that this is just, unfortunately, I still think it's just too many features. Like, even if you're like, well, the fire sensitivity balances out the glacial resistance, it's just too many, dude. I would drop the spell casting, probably. That would be my first thought. Zach says, player vulnerability is hard to balance. Yeah, this is resistance to cold as well as cold weather. It's both. Oh, wait. I see what Databank is saying. If you have resistance to cold, you basically inherently have resistance to cold weather already. I think that's what Data's saying. You don't need more than just resistance to cold damage here, probably. Although this might be pulled from like the Goliath, which I think has a more expressive explanation of being cold resistant. That player is dead on the first fireball. True. Yeah, I don't think a big vulnerability balances out a lot of features. I feel like you can go big vulnerability if you want, but like that's not the saving grace that makes it have enough things. I think you need to drop a feature or two. But other than that, I think it's fun. I think my favorite part is the ice cunning. I think that's my favorite part. You're also naturally adapted to cold climates. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's fun. I think lean into, I would probably drop the fire sensitivity, drop the glacial magic if I were you. Yeah. I think so. I think it's what I do. I don't know. Improvised weapons is a pretty strong thing too, in a sort of weird niche way, depending on what you're doing with it. Aw shit, it's Quispy Giraffe. They've been talking in this chat a whole while. I made this when I was pissed off at a lemon for squirting in my eye when I cut it. All right. Let's see what that is. Lemling. Oh, I can't make it bigger. Go back. I can do it this way. Okay. Whoa. It's a small plant. It has a dexterity saving throw and a constitution saving throw and a intelligence saving throw. That's a lot of saving throws. So, okay. First of all, try to format things correctly. Put all the saving throws together in one thing. They shouldn't all be split up like this. Same with skills, like saving throws, and then you list them all. Skills, and then you list them all. That's the first thing. Damage vulnerabilities, poison, resistance to acid. Plants normally are not vulnerable to poison. I know that I would. It's a little different than traditional D&D. Also, why is forest grassland written here? What does that have to do with anything? Blind sight. Acidic blood. If a creature deals bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage to the lemling, it squirts its acidic blood in all directions. Each creature within 5 feet must make a dexterity saving throw or take half the damage they dealt to the lemling. That is very strong. I would make it a damage dice. I would treat it like make it a D6 or a D4 or something like that. I like that it's dealing damage back. That's fun. It's very similar to the acid troll or the swamp troll. But I feel like the damage shouldn't be based on the amount of damage dealt. That feels odd to me. Maybe it's okay. I'm not sure. It feels a little odd to me. The attack roll is +2 to hit. 1d6 +1 acid damage. On a hit, the target's wound is covered in acid. When covered in acid, the target takes 1d4 damage at the start of each of their turns and may use their action to wipe it off. Used may incorrectly. What's your name again? Who are you? Quispy. Hey, Quispy, guess what? I have to give you an insult because you used the word may incorrectly. Are you guys ready for me to give an insult to Quispy? I gotta think of a good one. Let's think of it. It's gotta be really mean. Let me think for a second. The people you look up to will never take you seriously. Was that a good insult? No, I don't like bad ones. They have to actually be good. They have to hurt a little bit when you hear them, or they don't count. Did you guys miss? You guys missed my earlier one. I had a very mean one earlier too. Yeah, that's the whole point of an insult. Is they're mean. That's the point. It's less insulting than ending. That's the whole point. I'm shaming you. I'm making you feel bad about not doing proper grammar. But they're also very bland, right? Like, they're not that personal. Zach the Lit. Zach the Lit. Cowboy Ranger. This uses the Exandria rules for firearms. I have no idea what the fuck those are. Don't have the Exandria book, so I'm not going to worry about it. There it is in the I just posted it in the chat. The West Rover Ranger. Pity the poor fool who crosses the Ranger of the West. The West Rover is what passes for authority in a wild and lawless frontier. With a deadly weapon on their hip and the skill and will to use it, they command a fear-driven respect in their peers that grants them a unique influence over the fate of their fledgling communities. I forgot to link the lemon. I'm sorry. It's gone. We've moved past it. Oh, it's still here. I can do it. Here it is. There's the lemon if you want to look at it. The lemon! All right, let's look at the ranger. 3rd level. We get some spells. Compel Duel, Find Steed, Haste, Dominate Beast, and Hollow. Interesting. Not sure how Hollow fits in yet, but I think everything else feels like it fits quite well. I'm into it. Big Iron. You gain proficiency with firearms and tinkerer's tools, and you gain a unique signature firearm. It has the following properties. Deals 1d10 piercing damage, reload 6, misfire 1. If it's lost, you can return it to your hand as a bonus action by expending a spell slot of any level. Interesting. So it's sort of magical. If it's destroyed, it returns broken and must be mended. When you reach 7th level, your signature firearm attacks become magical. Okay. Quick Draw. Starting during the first round of a combat encounter, as a reaction, when a creature targets you or one of your allies with a weapon attack or a spell attack, you can make one weapon attack against them with a firearm before they attack. If this attack hits, the target takes an extra 1d8 damage of the weapon's type. Okay, let me just read that again. So when somebody targets one of your friends, you can essentially use your reaction to do a quick draw extra attack. And it deals a little extra damage. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. Is this enough for 3rd level? I feel like we could do some. I think we're like. Am I missing something about this gun? It doesn't seem that strong. Am I missing something? Too many attack? What do you mean? I disagree. No. They're using the word attack properly to explain, like, to be clear, if you're saying weapon attack or spell attack, then you can just say attack roll. You don't need to clarify both if all are included. But all of these uses of attack are pretty reasonable. I don't think any of them are off. I feel like there should be something else in this feature. I feel like we should get another 3rd level feature here. I don't know what it should be, but that's what I think. I think unless I'm missing something about this gun that makes it like really interesting or different, I feel like there's room for something else here, like something a little flavory. Data. I think they said they were using the they were using the Exandria critical role system, which uses misfires. Yeah, something I would put something else at 3rd level here. Maybe something else to help fill out that cowboy. I don't know exactly what, but something. Stare Down, 7th level. You gain proficiency in intimidation. If you already have proficiency, you gain expertise. Nice. As an action, you can force a creature that can see you to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC or become frightened of you for 1 minute. The creature can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself ending the effect on a success. You can use this action a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses on a long rest. Huh. Interesting. So it's just like a little scary thing. When making a death save, you can choose to expend a use of this feature to make a charisma intimidation check. Instead, the result counts as your death save. This is a fun idea. I like that too, kind of. But I'm going to be honest. This is a fun feature, but it really doesn't feel like it ties into Stare Down unless you want to make it sort of separate. and clarify that the idea is like you're staring down death is what I think the implication is here. I think that's the implication. You're staring down death. And you need to draw that, you need to draw that line a little bit more clearly. All right, let's look at 11th level. You know the Spirit Guardians well. It doesn't count against the number. You know the Spirit Guardian spell, excuse me. You know the Spirit Guardian spell. It doesn't count against the number of ranger spells you know, and you can cast it without material components. You can also cast it once without a spell slot, and you regain expanded uses when you finish a long rest. Whenever you cast this spell, you can modify it so that it doesn't require concentration. If you do so, the spell's duration becomes 1 minute for the casting. I probably would limit the 1 minute duration to the special casting of it. I probably wouldn't make it any casting of it. I'd probably limit it to the special casting of it. I think that would be fine. But I think having it on all of them would be a lot, even if you lower it to only lasting a minute. No, it's also added to your spells. You know it. You can cast it without, you can just cast it. You can only cast it once without a spell slot. Why do cowboys summon spirits? Because it's the ghosts of the range. The legends of they said it's the legends of the range. Depends on your vibe of ghosts, your cowboys. I think I could see an argument for it. I don't know. It didn't seem too off kilter for me. High noon. Yeah, spirits and cowboys do go far back. Yeah. High noon stand. When you use your quick draw feature, you can make ranged weapon attacks until you miss an attack roll or have to reload your weapon. Oh, I like that. Only the first attack that hits deals an extra 1d8 damage. If more than one attack targets the same creature, your attack rolls against that creature will have a penalty of -2 for each attack after the first. Oh, I friggin' like this a lot, dude. I think this is awesome. This is really nice. This is a really well-designed little feature. I would have to see it in play a little bit to just make sure it's not too hectic, but like the limit of the reload is really clever, and having the -2 penalty per attack against the same creature is really clever. At the very beginning of stream, somebody asked, they were like, what makes good homebrew or bad homebrew? Or they asked me something. And I basically said, the homebrew that I prefer is when you introduce a mechanic and you express that mechanic very elegantly. This is a very elegantly expressed mechanic, I think. I like it. I like it. I think it's good. I really like this feature. Big vibe. Yeah, everyone in chat saying big vibe. Big vibe. It's comparable to Hunter's Volley. Yeah, for sure. It's a different type of Hunter's Volley. Okay, I like this quite a bit, dude. The main thing that I think is it needs another 3rd level feature. The 7th level feature is okay, but it's kind of uninspired. Like, this doesn't excite me. I will also say that while I get the stare down as like a classic cowboy vibe, the ability to frighten creatures is not that new or mechanically unique. Like, it feels very common. So I would like, it works, but I almost want to push you to try to make something new for 7th level, just because I feel like it would. I don't know. I feel like there's space to find something that feels more cowboy related than the literal mechanic of giving somebody the frightened condition for a minute. But it's fun. I like it. Yeehaw, Zach. Yeehaw. Zeke says they would play that Ranger. Yeah, man. I love Rangers. Rangers are great. I've only played a Ranger once or twice, but I always want to. But everyone else is always playing a friggin' Ranger. Derek Silverstone. Let's see what Derek's brought us today. You reviewed this a while back. Since then, I've made significant changes, including dropping 2 animals and simplifying the rest. I'm seeking your opinion primarily on whether the animals are balanced and likely to be used. Hopefully you won't stop partway through this time. If it's very long, Derek, I likely will. That is the nature of the thing. If it's more than 2 pages, you can expect me not to read the whole thing. Hey, it's not more than 2 pages. Good on you. Okay. Animalistic enchantment armor. Okay, so this is a piece of armor that you made a long time ago. And the last time I saw it, it had like 30 options. And they all did too many things. I still see I'm going to tell you something. You're not going to like it. I still see a lot of things. I still maybe see too many, but let's actually just read it first. This is all flavor text. We could probably skip most of this. Let's find where it gets into the not flavor. Okay, 4 charges. There we go. This armor has 4 charges that reset on a long rest. As an action, you can expend a charge to touch one of the animal symbols. You gain those features for 1 minute. You cannot have more than... Okay, so basically 4 times a day, you can activate one of these. You cannot have more than one at a time, or use the same animal. Okay, so you get each feature once per day. If you only get each feature once per day, I don't think you need to make it charge based. I think you could literally just say, I think there's probably another way to write this, where as an action, you can press one of the animal sigils to activate it for 1 minute, and you can only use each one once per day. I think you can just eliminate charges from this thing entirely. So basically, once per day, you can do a leopard, bull, hawk, and wolverine. So having 4 is much better than 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever it was before. Let's see how complicated they are. Looks like they all get 2. Okay, I'm going to tell you what I noticed immediately before I'm reading it. This has 3, and this has 2, and this has 2, and this has 2. So I'm assuming that this has a 3rd for some random reason, but let's see. So you touch the leopard. You gain advantage on dexterity checks and saving throws, and you can dash as a bonus action. All right, I like it. Solid. Bull, you have advantage on strength saving throws and checks. If you move at least 20 feet in a straight line towards a target, then hit it with attack on the same turn, the target takes an extra 2d8 bludgeoning damage. If the target is a creature, it must succeed on a strength save. This should, in the same. Okay, here's something to think about. This should require a bonus action. Not only does that just make it feel like a little bit more balanced, but this requires a bonus action too. So it feels similar in a way that I think is good. I would make this require a bonus action. Hawk, you gain the eyesight of a hawk. You have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. So the only thing that I'll say here about the hawk one that I don't love is this is taken word for word from one of the barbarian totem options. And I don't all this is an opinion thing, so you don't need to listen to me if you don't want to, but I am not a fan of taking very specific unique class features and copying them word for word into a new thing. I don't like doing that. I don't think it's good for me. Might be good for you, but I would see if there was a way that you could make this unique or distinct or somehow change it. You don't have to, but if I were you, that's what I would do. Okay. While the hawk is active, you can use an action to cast detect magic. It lasts the duration of the time the hawk is active, so a minute. Oh, this lasts for 10 minutes instead of 1. I see. Okay. So you get basically you get 10 minutes super perception and detect magic. Okay. And then Wolverine. You gain the fighting tenacity of a Wolverine, granting you the following effects. You regain 1d6 hit points at the start of each of your turn if you have at least 1. At any time, you would drop to 0 hit points while the Wolverine is active, and you can use your action to drop to 1 instead and deactivate the Wolverine. Huh, okay. Interesting. Huh. Okay, so first of all, I think that this is much more balanced than it was last time. It doesn't feel overwhelming. It doesn't actually feel that bloated. Considering how much it has going on, it all feels pretty concise and directional in a way that feels good. I think it's pretty solid, dude. I like it. I like where it's at. I think it's solid. You were thinking of tying the Wolverine to second stitch. Oh, I didn't even notice that it required attunement by a fighter. I totally missed that. Yeah, if you're gonna tie it to a class, especially if it's like armor, because there's like anyone can wear armor that's proficient. If you're gonna tie it to a class, I strongly encourage you to give it features that require that class to feel like it. Like second wind, tying something to second wind is a good idea. Tying something to action surge could work. All of those things could work. Ugh. But yeah, nice, solid. I think it's massively improved, Derek. Really, really, really in a much better place than it was before. I almost need more water. Derek, I don't think you need to tie them to action surge, or this is what I would say. Don't force tying something to action surge or second wind if it doesn't feel right. But if you see an opportunity to, I would encourage it, but I don't think you need to force it. Because the way that they're written right now, it kind of makes sense for them to be like modes that you enter, which don't really work with fighter features. Fighter features don't really work in modes. They're all very immediate. You know what I mean? Text gum. The gauntlet. Ooh, another item. I fucking love items. The gauntlets of Graviturgy were a set of gauntlets that my players commissioned some dwarves to make them from a ring of telekinesis and adamantine ore because they freed up some enslaved kobolds. I gave it sort of extra power. Cool. First of all, that's a really fun combination of that's a really cool way to make new magic items in your game world. By like combining magic items with like magical elements. That's really cool. I like that a lot. All right, let's see what these things do. Legendary item requires attunement by a monk or spellcaster. That is weird. This is weird. I'm assuming why monk or a spellcaster? Okay, whatever. We're gonna find out why as we go. That's so odd. What a strange combination. The gauntlets of Graviturge are a set of gauntlets forged by dwarves. Blah 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 blah. They're infused with dunamancy. Okay, let's see what they do. You get a +1 to your AC while you are not wearing a shield. You never wear a shield, you wield a shield. These gauntlets have 6 charges and can be used in a variety of ways. You regain 1d4 + 1 at dawn. It should be 1d4 + 2. The maximum you should be able to gain should be the maximum charges. So 1d4 + 1, the maximum is 5. Maximum should be 6. This item can be used as a spellcasting focus, okay? Charge 1, Black Hole Burst. You can spend 1 charge and take the attack action on your turn. Once per turn, what? Wait a second. Okay, so here's how you phrase this. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can expend 1 charge to do the following. Once per turn, once before the end, on your first attack, or whatever, you unleash a burst of gravity, or you can replace one of your attacks with a. What is this? A ranged attack? With a burst of gravity that has a range of 60 feet. It attacks as this attack counts as a material weapon with the finesse property and deals 3d8 plus your modifier force damage on a hit. This is too complicated, dude. You're proficient with this weapon and you must have a free hand. Why? Wait a minute. So you can spend a charge to like summon a weapon and attack with it. So the only reason I could possibly think that you would need those details is if you were trying to figure out how to make this thing work with smite or sneak attack. Because the only reason you would ever really like feel like I need a finesse weapon is sneak attack. And there are arguments for needing a weapon for smite, but I disagree with them. So let's rewrite this and make it actually smooth. So you can spend a charge to make a ranged attack against the creature. Just make the range 60 feet. Don't do the 30-60 thing. This attack deals 3d8 plus your modifier. We don't know what your modifier is. Is this your dexterity modifier? Is this your spellcasting modifier? What sort of attack are we making? I'm assuming it's dex or strength. Yeah, I guess rogues can't even really use it. But like, why is this written the way that it's written? Just change it so it's like a blasting attack. Unless there's a reason that I'm not seeing for you to like make it so confusing around it requiring an item, I don't understand why. So just make it a ranged attack. Deals 3d8 plus your dexterity modifier, force damage. And that would be a lot simpler, I think. Or, yeah, just clarify what sort of attack it is. 2 charges, gravity push. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks with a gravity push. You don't need to say once per turn. By the fact that it's attack action on your turn and one of your attacks, you're limiting it to 1 per turn just by writing it that way. You expend 2 charges, and one creature within 60 feet of you must make a strength saving throw, make a strength saving throw. Equal to, don't ever, just write the word out. Just write the word out. Don't write equal. Equal to your strength save, spell save DC or key save DC. You need punctuation here, period. A creature that fails, pulled up to 30 feet away or towards you. You cast Pulse Wave, that's fine. Telekinetic Flight is a bonus action. You gain a fly speed equal to your walking speed for 1 minute. This could have been copy-paste. What is that in reference to? I don't know what could have been copy-paste. Adamantine Weapon. If you make an unarmed strike with the gauntlets, you deal double damage to objects and structures. In addition, when you hit an object or score a critical hit, regardless of the attack. When you hit an object, you score a critical hit regardless of the attack roll. Additionally, you add +2 to your attack and damage rolls to all unarmed strikes. This should be its own feature, and it should be up here somewhere. I probably would. Oh, and then we have something else. Telekinetic lift. These gauntlets, regardless of size, while wearing these gauntlets, regardless of size, you can lift objects upwards of 1,000 pounds. Up to 10 feet in the air. You need grammar, dude. I can't fucking handle these lack of periods. It's driving me up the wall. You can use your action to throw an object towards another creature within 60 feet. The object thrown this way counts as an improvised weapon. So you can throw an object that weighs 1,000 pounds? How much damage does that do? I mean, it's a legendary item. I feel like this is not unreasonable for a legendary item. Telekinetic lift, if you can throw fucking heavy objects, this should also require charges though, for sure. That's what I'd do. It's a neat idea. I think the concept is solid. I think the execution is a little clunky at the moment. But an improvised weapon, Derek, you don't think if the improvised weapon weighs 1,000 pounds, it should do more than 1d4 damage? Because you can casually huck these objects. Unless they intend this other feature to not have the same weight constriction, and this is smaller objects, they need to clarify that. No, I know raw that it's 1d4, but I don't know if that's what they intended. I always wonder how much damage 1,000 pound item does, since you can drop. Who knows? There's actually a chart in the. If it's not in the Dungeon Master's Guide, it's in one of the books. It's a chart for like improvised bigger object damage. I don't remember where it is offhand, but I'm sure one of you could find it quickly. It's a neat item. I think it's a little bit overpowered at the moment in a couple places and can use a little clarity. And for the love of God, please use proper sentences, because it drives me fucking crazy when people don't use grammar. Drives me up the wall. Core Green Star. Heyo, this is my third time submitting. Never give up hope. Hope you enjoy my second ever homebrew player race. It was created by the help of my friend who's called Priest. All right, let's see. You apologize for any grammar mistakes? Well, you know the rules. If you make one that I really don't like, I have to be insulting. Okay, ooh, pretty lady, strange wings, unusual anatomy, kind of... All right, whatever. Too many fingers? Right amount of fingers. This looks a little bit like AI art, but I don't think it is. Okay. Manaodian. It's like a mana person. Pure magic and mana sparks out of their bodies. These batteries walk with grace and power. This is a good rule of thought for absolutely anyone that is doing any writing. Do not have the first time you introduce somebody use the word there. We don't know who the fuck this is in reference to. Who are their body? Who are they with the bodies? We don't know. Manodians are made of pure magic. Period. Mana sparks out of their bodies. Period. Etc. Also, this is not the proper use of a comma. These should be two separate sentences. Okay, let's read a little bit of the flavor text, but we're not going to dive too deep into it. We all know the story of Karsus' folly. I have no idea what that story is, and its consequences, which have caused the weave to... Oh, yeah, it's the guy who cast too powerful a spell. Okay, so when do we actually start learning about these things? Was destroyed, however, something that wasn't mentioned was that the weave was spiraled out of control, created magical chaos we call mannequin. These are people directly connected to and were known as the kin of the silver flame. They are magic incarnate, but with a soul. They could cast spells at will and perfect accuracy. And with the new god Mistra found out about these things, she figured they would be extremely powerful and destructive. All right, we don't need a history lesson. Let's just dive. Let's dive in. Let's dive into the bad boys. Basically, they're magic people. Is there something else we need to know about them for their nuance? I don't think so. Wisdom and intelligence. Just so you know, normally these days we just let people pick. Although you can give suggestions, it's fine. You are an elemental / humanoid. All right, we're doing the monstrous race. 5 to 6 feet tall, 30-foot walking speed. I don't fully agree with elemental being the monstrous race that is tied to magic. Personally. That's just me, though. You have resistance to lightning. Don't call a feature magical resistance if it's not magical resistance. Magical resistance is a feature in D&D. So I would call this lightning resistance. Mana elementals? I guess that could make sense. I guess I just associate elementals with the elements more than I do with magic. Like, I feel like Mistra's domain is not the elemental planes, and in D&D the elemental planes are like the... That's what the elemental creatures are tied to. You know? Magical Cloud. At 5th level, as a bonus action... You can release a cloud of pure mana in a 10-foot radius, energizing your enemies, giving them temporary hit points equal to your level. You can do this only once per rest. So just change the wording around here a little bit. Once per long rest, you can... I don't... All right, let's read the last feature. Living battery, you may... Fuck you, you fucking shitty scumbag piece of shit. I hope you rot. I hope somebody beats you up on the way to school. I hope you step in a puddle on the way to the bus, and then I hope that puddle is deep. I hope it's so deep that you get water up to your knees, and then you get a weird mold in your knees, and then everyone makes fun of you for having moldy knees. You piece of dirt. How was that? Was that a better insult? I have to give insults now whenever people use the word may incorrectly, and people thought the last one cut too deep. So I just went with more of an angry one this time. How was that, chat? Was that better? Was that better than, like, hurtful sayings and just sort of rant? That was good? You guys loved it? Okay, let me see. Anyway, you can choose one cantrip and learn it and cast it at will without any components. You don't need to clarify that you need to cast it at will. It's a cantrip. You can cast cantrips at will anyway. You can just say you learn one cantrip of your choice. Okay, main feedback. I think that for a being that is made of magic, we don't get nearly enough magic feeling stuff. We get one cantrip. I feel like there's room here to learn other spells. Like, there are spells that do sort of feel like they tie to, like, general magic. Detect magic. Any of, like, the Chaos Bolt type spells. Or like, where you can, like, the sort of, like, random different types of elements. Resistance to lightning is fine, but I feel like we could do other things. Like, why not resistance to, I don't know, damage from cantrips? Or resistance to damage from spells level 3 or lower. I don't know, something like that. Something that makes you feel more tied to magic. I think it's a fun idea, but I don't feel like I can only cast canaries at people's name. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, Bib. You've lost your damn mind. We've all lost our damn mind. Anyway, I think the flavor is really cool, but I think you could take some steps to lead more into enacting that in the mechanics. I think you have room for improvement there. Okay. Oh man, I'm getting so many texts. Ugh, dude, my nephew's so cute. He's the king. He's the king of the world. Resistance to spell damage equal to the highest level spell you can cast. That's an interesting idea. Oh shit, it's the trash panda. When a paladin spirit is broken, or when a person no longer believes in the greater good, they vow to bring brutal justice. They vow to destroy all they deem evil, and they vow a crusade that only can end in their own death. Oh, that's intense. The oath of execution. Okay. Let's take a look. I have to go pee. I'm actually going to go do that first. I'll be right back. You guys can start reading it without me. I have to pee. I am not going to be able to focus on it until I do. So I'm going to be back. Okie dokie. Hello, I'm back. How are you? Did you miss me? All right, let's take a look at this Oath of Execution. The Executioner's Oath. You're not a hero. You're not a martyr. Wait, was this different flavor text than the one before? Why'd you make me read all that flavor text? You're not a hero. You're not a martyr. You're not a savior. You are the executioner. Okay, let's see what our tenets are. Judge. You are to decide the punishment of those you accuse. Jury, you are to decide who deserves punishment. You are to is really awkward. I would change the language here. You got jump scared? Oh, you forgot you were watching me? I'm glad I'm so exciting. Never claim glory for your work. I think you mean your work. And never think of yourself as a hero. You are not. This feels weird. I would probably drop this one. Okay, Hellish Rebuke, Cause Fear, Detect Thoughts, Mind Spike, Hypnotic Pattern, Vampiric Touch, Psychic Lance, Faithful Hound, Wall of Force, Cloud Kill. I'm not getting much of a... It's edgy Paladin vibe, but like... I don't know how I feel about this spell list. How do you guys feel about it? I want to compare it to other Paladin spell lists. Let's get one of the other edgy ones. Where's Conquest? I mean, it's reasonably different. Similar. It's got some Oathbreaker vibes to it. Dodges don't fit the vibe of an Executioner. Kind of odd. I think Hold Person could be great. I feel like Hold Person would make sense, but Hold Person's also a really strong spell. I get Detect Thoughts. I don't really get Mind Spike. I guess Hypnotic Pattern stops people. But yeah, I'm not sure why these are the Executioner ones. I don't know. I mean, they're good. They're decently good spells. I think if anything, it's like it's not a bad spell list. It's a good spell list. I just don't feel like it is giving me the vibes based off. I feel like the vibes of this spell list are edgy more than they are Executioner. Maybe that's the goal. All right, let's keep going. Why is there a third level feature in the middle there? Okay. Channel Divinity. You can choose. You can use your bonus action to imbue. You spelled imbue wrong. Imbue your justice into your weapon. Hey, baby, you want me to imbue my justice into my weapon? Okay, let's see what happens. For 1 minute, the weapon now deals necrotic damage. Cool. And an extra 1d6 of damage. If the weapon is not already magical, it becomes magical for the duration. Okay, I like that. I like that quite a bit, actually. If a foe, Final Judgment, if a foe falls below half its maximum hit points and you can see it, you can use your reaction to force it to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, attacks against the creature have advantage until the end of your next turn. This could work. The problem is, how do you know when a foe is below half their hit points? Does that mean that if you are playing this subclass, it is the Dungeon Master? Is the Dungeon Master beholden to tell you? You know what I mean? Databank says the spell list flips between a lot of ideas, but specifically stunning. A lot of stunning stopping spells. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot that sort of do that, yeah. I don't know how I feel about Final Judgment. I think it's okay. It's not it's the thing is I feel like a better Channel Divinity would be you can use your Channel Divinity and you target a creature and then you learn exactly how many hit points they have. That's what I would probably do. If you want to do something that has to do with hit points, this should be something that is not offensive. And by that, I mean not like an attack, because we're already getting a pretty powerful attack one with the execution one. So this one should be knowledge gaining. So maybe we could learn if the creature is below half health, or learn stuff about how, that's what I'd go in that direction. Is bloodied not an official condition? Not in 5e, no. Interesting though. Let's keep going. At 7th level, if you make an attack against someone with advantage, you can force them to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, their speed is reduced to 0 for 1 minute. The creature can remake the save at the start of their next turn, ending the effect. So it is okay. We don't need to make a paladin have a aura at 7th level. I mean, it's an alright 7th level feature. I'm not wholly opposed to it. The only thing that I would say is it's weird that the effect lasts for 1 minute. That feels weird to me. I feel like it should be their speed is 0 until the start of your next turn. That's what I would do. Otherwise, it just seems like you could be triggering this off of so many creatures. Like, if somebody casts something on you that gives you haste, then you could just stop every creature with this. And that feels like too much for like a minute. Considering it doesn't require concentration is a lot. The other option would be have it single target and have it require concentration, but it's just different. I just noticed they make a save at the beginning. That's good. Yeah, they make a wisdom save. Dread strikes. Yeah, this should be down here. Your smite, steal, necrotic damage. I think that's fine. Let's look at the 15th level feature, Executioner's Curse. At 15th level, when you call upon your Executioner's weapon, the first target you hit with it is now under its curse. When making the attack action, you can make an additional attack against the target you hit. This lasts until the end of the enchantment. What enchantment? When you call upon your executioner's weapons... What? When you call upon your executioner's weapon, the first is that like... What's executioner's weapon? Do you mean executioner's enchantment? I think that's what you mean. If this is tied to your channel divinity, I don't know. I feel like getting an extra attack is a lot. Even if it's tied to your channel divinity, I feel like there might need to be an element of, there might need to be something extra. I might make it like if you attack a creature and hit them, if you attack the same creature twice on both, like if you have your enchantment up and you hit the same creature twice on a turn, you can make a third attack. Maybe something like that. So you have to have your enchantment up and you need to have already succeeded in hitting them twice. But does that make it too weak? I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel like there might be a more fun way to do this than just an extra attack, though. Does an extra attack feel like... Does an extra attack feel like it's executionary? Are that extra attack use a bonus action? The way that it's written, no. Oh, make that extra attack. Might be mere thematic to have stronger attacks instead more like a finishing blow. I guess that could be true. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't feel super executionary to me. I'm not sure why this is the Executioner's Curse. I don't know. I would encourage you to play around with an idea that is not an extra attack. And I would also encourage you to come up with an idea that is not tied to your channel divinity, but is separate. Because you don't want too many things tied to the channel divinity, because then when you don't have the channel divinity, you're just in a shit mood. It's like a barbarian. It's part of why a barbarian should not have all of their features tied to rage. Because at the end of the day, you're going to want to be able to do at least a couple things when you're not raging, you know? Alright, let's look at 20th level. Inglorious Sentinel. At 20th level, you create a grim aura of death. For 1 minute, you are surrounded in dark energy extending in a 30-foot radius that provides the following effects. If you drop to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to restore an amount of hit points equal to your charisma modifier. This benefit only happens once. I think there's probably a different way to write that. That's cleaner. Chat, any help? No enemy can benefit from resistances while in the aura. That is... What does that mean? What kind of resistances? Damage resistances? Magic resistances? You need to clarify that. What about immunities? If an enemy enters the aura or starts their turn in the aura, they must make a charisma saving throw. Creatures immune to being frightened are not affected. On a failed save, the creature is frightened. Don't we have a handful of other ways to frighten creatures? When frightened like this, the creature cannot willingly move away from you. We have like a handful of other frightened condition stuff happening here. I don't think we should do frightened here. I would come up with something else. Creatures losing their resistances is interesting, but I feel like there might be, I don't know, you're gonna have to play around with that a little bit. I would definitely limit it. I wouldn't make it all I would definitely make it damage resistances, not magic resistance. That's the regular frightened condition anyway. Oh, that's true. No. The regular frightened condition, you can't willingly move closer to the creature. This says they can't willingly move farther away from you, essentially making it so they can only move in a circle around you. Grave Cleric gets that. Yeah, Conquest Paladin. Conquest Paladin also gets a bunch of fear-based stuff. I would not lean so hard into the fear-based stuff. Conquest Paladin gets a frightening thing. If you're frightened, your movement speed becomes 0. I don't know. Yeah, it's very similar in that way. I would switch that shit up a little bit. Yeah, it is kind of funny. Imagine just walking in a big circle. Because you can't move closer or farther away. You can only maintain distance. You can maintain distance. I don't think that's your intention, but that is what that's creating. Okay. Interesting idea. I feel like in the same way that the spell list feels a little disjointed, I'm going to argue that the whole thing feels a little disjointed. I don't see what the through line is. There's a lot of stuff to do with like speed reduction or movement reduction, and I just don't feel like that ties to Executioner to me. I don't know. Like, I feel like you could call this Oath of the Hunter, maybe, or I don't know. But I feel like it's a little... I feel like you need to specify the direction you want it to go in a little bit and pick which features embody that direction and then get rid of the rest. The things that feel the most interesting to me, and this is just my opinion, is I like Executioner's enchantment. And that's the thing that I think is the most interesting right now. Also, Dread Strikes isn't really a feature, but just having the thing switch is nice. But yeah, I would lean into the Executioner unless the Fearmonger movement stopper. Honestly, I know you said it was bad to have insta-kill attacks, but if you were gonna do it, I think you do it. Yeah, I mean this one could have a power word kill type option, I think, and that would make sense. Certainly in the Avatar state. Could do something like making movement speed slow, then deal crazy damage against the opponent with 0 movement speed. You could do something like that, but on its own right now, it just feels a little too disjointed. I don't see the Executioner. I do not see it. Oh, it's Baba. Hey, Delport. Judge Dredd is not a bad idea for that. Let's see. Baba brings us a little cantrip for the big wheel. I struggled a bit on the area of effect for this guy. I'd appreciate some feedback focused there. All right, let's take a look. I love cantrips. Homebrew cantrips are really fun to look at. Dazzle. Evocation. Remember what I talked about earlier? Evocation is like chemical reactions. So into it. One action, a pinwheel. Oh, I love that. That's great. Range 45 feet, 15-foot square. Duration 1 round. Motes of light, flash, and swirl, distracting and disorienting your enemies. All creatures in a 15-foot square in range. All creatures. Did you build this? You should look at spells like Fairy Fire and make sure you get the language around how to do a range area of effect square and just do that. I would say something like motes of flash and light emanate from a point you can see within range in a 15-foot cube. I'd probably write that. All creatures in the area that you designate must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, their first attack roll made before the end of your next turn is made with a disadvantage. The spell has no effect on blinded creatures. Huh. I think that... I think that the easiest balancing act here is just to make it a 10-foot cube. I think 15 foot is a lot. I think someone else said that. This is too big for a cantrip. I don't think... No, one target is not enough, because that's just disadvantage. It's just disadvantage on one attack roll. I would make it a 10-foot cube. I think you could use your action to give 4 creatures disadvantage on an attack roll. Or 4 creatures potentially having disadvantage on an attack roll. The other thing that I would say, and you don't have to do this, but in the same way, this might be sort of similar to like the blind, like flashbangs of blinding and stuff. So you might want to consider having it be a con save. I get the wisdom though is like they're being beguiled by it. So, go in whatever direction you want there. It's powerful low level, but caps off later. I don't think that would be broken at all. I think if it was a 10 foot by 10 foot, I think it's fine. Also in D&D, when using a square grid, most people just call a circle square anyway. It's true, but it is a little different. Honestly, the biggest difference between using a circle and a square, I think, is how it makes you feel when you cast the spell. Because a circle sort of feels like an explosion. A square almost feels like a magical placement. Don't listen to me if you disagree with that, but that's how I feel about it. What if it's inherently self-centered? That could also work, although that's a lot more creatures that it would hit if it was 20 feet radius. If you go off like a firework, yeah, that would just be a lot. It would be a much bigger area if it was radius based off of you. 10-foot cube is 4 creatures, while 15 feet is up to 9, so big difference. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I like this a lot, dude. Make it 10 feet. I think it's fun. The other thing you could do is you could have it scale up. Normally cantrips only scale with damage, but there's always I'm a big fan of trying to make non-scaling cantrips, or non-scaling cantrips into scaling cantrips. And this could easily be, 5-foot square, 10-foot square, 15-foot square, 20-foot square, like as you level up. Technically, a 10-foot cube is 8 creatures if you have some burbs in the equation. Fair. Very fair. All right, let's spin. I don't know how many more I'm going to have in me tonight. We did start 2 hours earlier. We're going to be doing earlier streams in general, but I also am just fucking tired today. Cosmic. I might have accidentally sent it twice, but I'm paranoid and forgot to send this. Sorry if I sent it twice. All right. I forgive you if you did. For folks that don't know, also, before we dive into this, Thursday, starting this Thursday, is when I have my Member Wheel stream. So if you're like, man, I want a better chance to be reviewed, there's a whole other night of homebrew that you can get access to if you become a YouTube member or a patron on my Patreon. And the difference in that wheel is that it's a little smaller, but it's not that much smaller. So there's still a significant chance you're not going to get picked. If you're going to pay and expect to be picked, you're going to get disappointed. You're going to get picked some of the time. But The other benefit of the other wheel, aside from just getting 2 nights that you can participate in, is I will also bring you on stream if you want to talk about your piece on stream, which is exciting for some, but other people don't give a shit. Okay, let's see. Wondrous. This is the Dream Visitor, a wondrous legendary item. Did you say anything about it? No, you just said you were worried you sent it twice. The Dream Visitor resembles a lapis-like star with 1 black stud in its middle. I would say in its center. It has a slight glow to it. I would just say it glows slightly and is very dim. Do you need Discord to talk on stream? You do. There's no other. I don't know how else we would communicate. Lore it is. That was a weird sentence. Yeah, this Discord is the only option. I'm not giving out my phone number. It is said that only 3 Dream Visitors exist, and it's said only 3 were enchanted to have their properties. It is unknown how one may come across a Dream Visitor. This is a correct use of the word may. But if they do, it is a sign of good luck. Use the word it is. Use the phrase it is a shit ton here. Try to find some other phrasing. It gets very repetitive sounding in a way that I'm not sure if you did it intentionally. But can we talk through messenger pigeons? Yes, of course you can. Messenger, I do accept messenger pigeons. All right, let's see what it does. An amount equal to 3 plus con modifier times per day. That is... So, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Magic items have charges that are distinct based on the item. They don't scale with you. If you want them to scale with you, you can do that, but you have to really understand that you are actively going against the grain there. And I'm going to make the argument that if your piece does not justify why it needs to go against the grain there, it probably shouldn't. Okay, so what can you do? Why are you using the wrong word of the form of the word may? You fucking piece of shit. You scoundrel. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be dumb. Be smart. You are smart. There we go. Is that insulting enough? I need to be insulting now every time someone uses the word may wrong. Okay, so what the fuck does this thing actually do? You know what the biggest problem? You know what the biggest... There actually is one genuine bad thing that happens when you use the word may now. And I'll tell you what it is. It kind of makes me annoyed. That's actually what it is. And annoyed me reading Homebrew is much harsher than not annoyed me. So that's the biggest actual issue. Okay, let's see what it actually does. Okay, so some random amount of times per day that we're going to ignore because this is not written correctly and it's also not the way you should balance it. The holder can enter the dreams of any person they have seen the face of before or know the language of. And know the language of. If they are not sleeping, the user cannot enter their dream and a charge is not used. When entering a dream, a person can talk to them. If the user dies in the dream, this is just a different... Buddy, just use the dream spell. This is just the dreams... Look up the... This is just make an item that lets you cast the dream spell. There's literally a spell that just does this. Dream. This is it. There you go. Boom. Bingo. Bingo bango. The thing is, Angel, I listen, if I can make you so afraid of doing something that I have to correct 1,000 times, I feel like I'm a happier guy. Because I do have to correct that thing 1,000 times. The reason why I hate the word may being used incorrectly so much is because it is so constant. It is so constant. And some people, yeah, I don't know. There's a handful of things that come up a lot, but That's one of them. This is my first ever homebrew seen by anyone besides my players. I ran this in my wife and kids campaign. Cool. They'll watch the review if profanity is minimal. I will do my best. Also, I will talk to them for a second now. Here, tell your children to come here. Bring them closer to me. And the wife. Bring them all to me. Bring me your wife and children. Give me 1 second. I'm preparing something. Listen. Get them here. Bring them to me. Wait, I need something. I need like don't tell them to wait. Don't come here yet. I need to get the right. Here we go. This is the intense music that I use sometimes. Hello, wife and children. How are you? Are you good? Are you good? Are you having a good time? Are you living your best? There's my forehead. There's my eyeball. Listen, kids. Listen, grown-ups. Listen, everybody in between. Hide your wife. Hide your kids. It's me. I'm Cinderblock Sally. I'm 1,000 millions, and I'm 1,000,000 thousands. I'm the biggest creature in the universe and the smallest creature in the galaxy. I can count to 1,000 faster than you, and I can count to 1 slower. Hi, children. How's school? Are you learning stuff? You learning to be cool? You better be learning to be cool. You better. God, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my life? What was that? That wasn't even funny. That wasn't anything. It was just stupid. That was just stupid. Okay. I apologize for just being stupid. Okay. Anyway, this is a magic item. What is this? It's a homebrew. It went well. I wanted an external eye and have coveted yours. Oh, you've coveted my eye. The idea for this monster is from the name of a kobold press monster, but the direction was totally not what I wanted. This is a slug that sucks the reality out of a timeline until it's I love kobold press, by the way, until it's like one of those parallel worlds from Wheel of Time. I don't know Wheel of Time. Okay. Let's just dive in. Aton. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys want to see it? Fine. There you go. Screen, can't see, Cinder, we can't see. Jesus Christ, how many fucking pages is this? Jesus, I'm sorry, I just cursed. I'm sorry, I cursed. Sorry, kids. Hi there, it's me, Mr. Cinder, your friendly neighborhood appropriate guy. I have not been making a whole bunch of weird, inappropriate adult jokes this stream. And I will continue to not now, because we know there's children. Okay. The quiet sound of gulping and sucking. Come on, man. You can't toss me such a softball and then be like, my kids are going to watch. The quiet sounds of gulping and sucking emerge from under a great monument. A slug the size of a house cat lies contentedly in a pool of its own slime, its mouth working the air around it. That's a weird phrase. This is the Destiny Devourer, a strange beast attracted to places, artifacts, and people of great importance, feeding off the energy of their cosmic destiny. At times, the worm can be found in an abandoned cave, eating away at what this place will become or might have been. What place? It wields the power of the possibilities. It wields the power of the... Take out the. It wields the power of possibilities. Take that out. Draining... Take out some of these articles. Draining power from what could come to pass and the consequences of what once was. Left unchecked, these slugs will overrun the world, sucking the essence of life. Sucking the essence of life. of a timeline until it is a mere shadow of a brighter future. So I like the tone here, but I think that you're doing a little too much of the language is a little too flowery, and it makes it so that we do get a little dissonant from the piece. Math note, Constitution based. Okay. CR9. A lot of hit points. Slow, decent armor, solid saves, some resistances, some immunities, blind sight. So it's a big worm. Buddy, if you misuse the word may in here and I bump into it, you need to put your children's headphones up. Earmuffs, because I am going to be teaching them so many words they shouldn't know if that happens. Fate Acquiescence. Any creature making an attack roll against the Devourer must make a DC 16 Wisdom saving throw first. You can drop out the first. On a failed save, the creature is resigned to their fate, becoming incapacitated until the start of their next turn. Do they still make the attack or no? I guess not. On a success, the creature is immune to this ability for 24 hours. Okay, that's kind of fun. Alternative timeline. When the Devourer fails a saving throw, it can choose to succeed instead. How is this different than legendary reactions? How is this different than legendary resistances? The Devourer must use the potential destiny of the creatures around it, draining 1 inspiration point from a player character within 40 feet of it to fuel the change this causes in the world. I would drop that. If you want to do something where you get advantage for someone else getting disadvantage, I think that that's reasonable. But this is just legendary resistance. So why not just make it that? It shouldn't be stronger than legendary resistance. And there's no guarantee that people have inspiration points. So this is they're almost optional. So I would probably drop that. My hand is glowing because I broke a glow stick while I was laughing at you. Good. I hope that I brought you quite the chuckle, dear Derek. Anchoring Hide. After the Devourer dies, a creature can make a DC 12 Wisdom saving throw. Why is this a DC 12 save and this a DC 16 save? Using any tool or weapon that deals slashing damage to remove the Devourer's rubbery hide. Oh, because I see. It's a little different. Intact. On a success, after the hide has been dried in sunlight for a minimum of 6 hours, a creature proficient in leatherworking tools can use a short rest to turn it into a small cape. Any creature wearing this cape has advantage on saving throws against effects that move it from its own time or between planes of existence against its will, such as the banishment spell. Okay, that's cool. All right, let's look at some actions. Why is this thing so many pages? Oh, you're doing villain actions, I see. My favorite superpower is liver failure. Amen. Okay, lost potential. +8 to hit, range 120 feet, 3d6 psychic damage, and the target's hit point maximum is reduced by the same amount. Feeds off the loss, gaining temporary hit points equal to the damage dealt. The hit point maximum loss lasts until the creature finishes a long rest. So this is not that unique a feature. This is very, very similar to what most vampires basically do in D&D, and a lot of undead things where they drain your max HP and they gain boons from it. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm wondering if there is a more unique way that you could represent lost potential, though. Just because this basically just feels very similar to an undead creature attack, at least so far. Divergent Existence. For each creature that the Devourer... By the way, I know exactly which monster you're talking about from from Kobold Press. I think it's called the Fate Eater. It might even be called the Fate Devourer, but it's it's like a centipede, and it's a little see-through. And I think if you eat it, or if it gets a critical hit, it can fuck with you in crazy ways. Gosh darn it, I cursed again. I'm sorry. Divergent Existence. For each creature the Devourer can see, it conjures an asynchronous fate. Buddy, are you trying to make me read a stat block in a stat block? You know I'm not going to. A A confounding specter pulled from the realms of other possible worlds. Each fate appears in an unoccupied space within 30 feet of the creature for which it was summoned and acts immediately. Okay, so it just summons a bunch of these things. Okay. And then it has acid blood. When it's hit with an attack, a stream of acid. Okay, so what procs it doing this? It just does it once a day. All right, we're gonna skip the villain actions. Let's quickly see what this thing does. Does it do anything interesting? Incorporeal movement. It's a lot. All right, I'm not even gonna read it. I'm so sorry. Listen, this is multiple pages. I read 1, 2. I read 2.5 pages. Here's what I'll say. Based on the things that I've read so far, I think that you should. I think that if you want this thing to feel like it's bending destiny and fate, I would strongly encourage you to. I would strongly encourage you to lean away from things that feel like things that other monsters do, because this should feel weird. What's just cruel? What's just cruel, Data? Skimming it and saying I'm not going to read it? Why? You guys, how is that cruel? You send me 4 pages. You send me multiple stat blocks. Send me a stat block in a stat block. And this is not a simple stat block. This is a complicated stat block. There's like multiple features here. I'm going to give you some feedback that I think you could generally take that will probably help across the way. I would strongly encourage you not to build features that feel so similar to features that exist in other monsters, especially if you want this thing to feel unique in that it is affecting destiny and fate. I think that lost potential sits a little too close to how a lot of undead creatures attack at the moment. And I think that alternate timeline is just magic, is just legendary resistance. And I think that there might be alternative ways you could embody those feelings. This monster is just Cinder when he insults people. Dang, I don't think I'm that powerful, am I? I don't think I'd be willing to run a stat block with that much going on for it. I think that it's reasonable to do if you created it. Also, it's probably easier, but I do agree that there is a lot going on here that will require some prep work to run, I imagine. It's an interesting idea. Yeah, if you are those are my thoughts. And thank you for sharing. Click. I would say make its basic ideas more distinct. I didn't curse that much during that one, but I'm going to curse, and I won't curse again, so your kids can watch the rest of it. Just kidding. Pussy, bitch, loser, fuck, shit, poop, what are other curse words? Shit, poop, fuck, ass, damn, what are other good curse words? Do drugs. That's not a curse word, but you shouldn't say that to a kid. Hey, you know what they never tell you in school? You know why people do drugs? They feel good. That's another thing you shouldn't really say to kids, but it is true. Hey, Cinder. This is from Yakuru. Hello, Cinder. After some months of consuming D&D content and some random one-shots, I tried DMing. Hell yeah, you did. So I'm just a beginner. I'm far from being a writer, and even I can tell you got a little spelling mistake here, you got a little spelling mistake here. So yeah, no worries. I'm far from being a writer and farther from being an artist, but I had a lot of fun doing this. That is genuinely the only thing that matters. If you are having fun, you are doing the right thing. One of the players in the group wanted to play a bard with a musket. It turned out to be really boring due to action economy, so I wanted to make a magic item for her. Cool. That's a great reason to want to make a magic item for someone. I don't really know if it's balanced or if it's actually fun. The idea is to use it in a one-shot with level 3 characters. So, in general, if you're a level 3 character, if you're using your action to make an attack roll, that's the only thing you're doing with your action. So it's reasonable for it to be boring. This is beautiful. This piece of art is amazing. Holy shit. I love this. I love this. This is fantastic. Really nice art. Okay. Hey, is that a musket or a trombone? What do you mean? This is clearly a trumpet. Can't you see the valves? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's see what it actually does. Range 40 feet, 120, 1d12 piercing damage. I would lower the damage. I'd probably make it a d10. D12 is pretty exclusively limited to the biggest melee weapons. So if you take the damage of the biggest melee weapon and you give it to a ranged weapon, it can mess things up. It can make the short range guys feel lame. What is this? Okay. No one is going to do this math. So if you ever are making a magic item that you want somebody to actually use and not have to think about, you make it based on minutes, days, hours, rounds, 10 minutes. Don't do this. So how many, somebody do math. What's 440 divided by 60? Fine, I'll do it. It's not even 7.3. So wait, what time? Yeah, come up with a different time. This is ridiculous. Don't do this time. Muskets do 1d12 normally. It's hurts. Okay, so that's fine that it's a joke, but the joke still needs to work. You still need to be able to use it reasonably. The ammunition does 1d8 plus charisma force damage. If the ammunition is 1d8 plus charisma force damage, then what does this d12 have to do with anything? Is it doing 1d12 damage, or is it doing 1d8 plus charisma damage? Which is it? If the wielder is attuned to the instrument, a symphony is loaded every time a creature in sight, including the self, performs any type of magic in the form of music you can hear within 50 feet. What? So you can reload it by playing music, I guess? That's cool. Maximum 1 symphony can be loaded at a time. Will not replace the musket rounds if one is already in the chamber. I think there's a much easier way to make this thing work. This shouldn't be a weapon. This should just be a magic item. It should just be a magic item. And this is how it works. This is how a magic item works. As an action, you can make it a ranged weapon attack. You can make a ranged attack, and you just give it a bonus, +5 to hit, +6 to hit. It's for one shot, so it doesn't really matter. It deals whatever the damage you want it to deal. And then a character can use their action to play it, to recharge it, or it recharges if there is any music played within, I don't know, however many feet, 100 feet, 50 feet. And that's how you make that work. This is overcomplicating it by trying to make it a work function as a weapon. This should just be a magic item. That's how I would treat it. Yeah, those are my thoughts. I think it's an interesting idea. I think the art is pretty great. And I think that I think I would lower the damage type. I'd probably just stick to this. Or maybe you can make this one, you could do 2, figure out something else to do here. 1d10 plus charisma, maybe. And then, does the ammunition do extra damage? Maybe that's what they mean. I don't really know. I don't know why we have 2 different damage types listed. Because technically it should be doing... It's like, if this is the ammunition, then it's always going to do this much damage because it's the ammunition. Do you know what I mean? So we don't need... there's no way to do this damage and not use ammunition. Unless they mean you're, hitting people with it like a club. So yeah, it doesn't need to be an item. I mean, it doesn't need to be an item. It doesn't need to be a... I think you're overcomplicating it by making it a weapon. I think it could just be a magic item. Cool. Click. Dude, this guy's always wilding out at the beginning of stream, and he always leaves. He's scared. He can't handle it. He's a chicken. He's a gobble gobble turkey man. No, I'm just kidding. But he does usually yell a lot at the beginning and then disappear. Why are you making a sad face, Data? Hear me out. I'll hear you out. What's up, Mr. Skateboard? Me and my friend have been working on these together. Okay. How do I click it? Oh, why are you making it fucking complicated, dude? Just make the link like a normal person. Gosh, CR23, CR20, CR18, CR17, CR16, CR16, CR15. I am going to say something now that some of you know. I am not a fan of high CR monsters. I don't think they're well designed almost ever. So I'm going to look at the greed one, which is the lowest CR one, because by that logic, I should like it more than the others. People really struggle to do a good job of designing interesting high CR monsters. They just kind of make them do everything. So this is supposed to feel like greed. Let's see if it feels like greed. Kind of low hit points for a CR15 monster. 20 AC is fine. A lot of skills. Why does it have all these skills? Why does it have stealth? Why does it have perception? I get deception. I get insight. I get investigation. I get persuasion. Don't get the other ones. Resistance to necrotic damage and a bunch of other types. It speaks all languages. Let's see. I for value. Greed knows the approximate value to the nearest gold piece of any non-magical object he observes for at least 1 minute. Okay. I think this is supposed to be an NPC. Legendary resistance is fine. Special equipment. Greed wears +2 plate mail. There's a +1 crossbow that magically creates ammunition if none is loaded. Okay, that's fine. What sounds overpowered? Knowing the gold cost of an object? What sounds overpowered? What are you talking about? Homebrew high CR. Valentine. I'm talking about homebrewed high CR monsters. Homebrew high CR monsters are notoriously bad. I can count on my fingers the amount of good quality high CR monsters I have read. And I have read at this point hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pieces of homebrew. People are not good at making high CR monsters. Or more likely than they're not good at it, it's that they are really excited to start making homebrew, and they're really excited to make something very strong, and they just want to make it really strong, and they spend a lot of time trying to make it do all these cool things. But the problem is they're not thinking about how functional is it to actually run? How easy is it to run? How thematic is it? Do all of these things does it feel like it builds to something, or does it just feel like it's doing a lot of random stuff? What do you consider high CR? CR 15 and higher is high CR. I don't think being able to tell how much gold a thing is worth is overpowered at all. I think it's fine. Vampire traits, see vampire stat block. What does that mean? What vampire traits? What are we talking about here? Can't just throw? What does that mean? What are you talking about? Okay. Greed makes 2 gauntlet attacks, one of which you can replace with a bite. The gauntlet does 2d8 plus 4 thunder damage. This should be bludgeoning damage. If you wanted to do extra thunder damage, that's fine. I guess it could be thunder damage. That's sort of whatever. It's weird that it's thunder damage. Instead of dealing damage, they can choose to grapple the target. This is not a unique feature. This is just things creatures can do. Any creature can replace an attack with an attempt to grapple a target. If it is non-magical items, then knowing the cost is not overpowered. Sorry, I thought you meant magical items. Knowing the cost of magical items is not overpowered. It's a monster. Who cares? No, I understand that it means it has all the traits of being a vampire. I just don't know if I agree with this. Here's my thought process. If you want to do a shorthand thing where you say vampire traits, then list them at the bottom of the document so somebody doesn't have to go find a monster manual to know how to use your monster. That's what I'm thinking. The grapple is unique action, so it's not exactly the same. I guess so. It's very similar, though. I don't know. I feel like, okay, I accept. The bite, one willing creature, grappled, okay. The bite feels like it does less damage. I would make the bite do more damage. In order to get the bite, they have to forego one of their gauntlets to grapple. So you should make the bite worth it. So I would make the bite not only hit a lot harder, I would probably figure out some sort of greed element here. Like the bite should do something devastating. You know? Okay. Now we are at the point where I will explain to you why I don't like high CR monsters that are homebrewed. Why the fuck is Greed getting the Orthon crossbow? Why is Greed getting the Orthon crossbow? How does having a crossbow that shoots a bunch of different types of bolts tie to being greedy? Tie to the idea of greed as a living creature? Also, this is so similar to the Orthon that it annoys me a little bit. So this is the Orthon. Look at this beautiful beastie. It has a crossbow. It can shoot a bunch of different types of crossbow bolts. So it's very similar in vibe. A little bit different. It's different. Okay, I'll say this. It's different enough that I acknowledge that it's different. But here's what I'm going to say. Dude, that is so good with the bite. What if the bite took gold? Yeah, the bite should totally take gold. Yeah, like, if I'm playing Greed, why is Greed shooting crazy fancy crossbow bolts? Like, it just doesn't fit the flavor. And I feel similarly about the spells. I mean, Detect Magic, I guess, kind of makes sense, but why Thunder Wave? Why Freedom of Movement? Why Lightning Bolt? Big B's Hand, I guess there's an argument for, but why is this guy a spellcaster at all? Yeah, I feel like whenever you're making something, you need to ask yourself the question, what's the point? What's the goal? What sort of vibe am I trying to make this thing feel? And what's the vibe supposed to be of Greed the Bloody Coin? Is it supposed to be a guy with a shit ton of different types of crossbow bolts? Or is it supposed to be like the living embodiment of greed? You know? Those are my thoughts. Anyway, that situation of somebody creating a very high CR monster and then not really making it feel like something specific is what happens 99% of the time when people make high CR monsters, which is why I don't like reading high CR monsters, because that is what happens so often. Can you mirror flip your camera? Why should I? Why should I mirror flip it? I mirror flipped it anyway. So now when I'm looking at you guys on chat, I see this. And when I'm looking at the homebrew, I'm seeing over here. So it's more correct. You want me to look into... Okay. Do you want me to look into my screen when I'm looking at chat or when I'm looking at the homebrew? What do you want? Can't do both. You can pick. All right, both. All right. I don't know. It just seems to fit better. What? You didn't answer my question. I should double mirror flip? Okay. Okay. Guess what? Whoever told me to reorganize my monitors, you're on timeout. I timed you out. You can talk again in 10 minutes. Don't tell me how to live my fucking life. Okay, Staff of Thorns. Yeah, you guys like that? Very rare, requires attunement by a druid, sorcerer, or wizard. This staff is made from a branch of briarwood Its head ends in twisty, thorny, blood-soaked branches. Don't use the word branch and branch. +2 to attack and damage rolls. Okay. It has 10 charges. You can cast Thorn Whip at its lowest level. Thorn Whip is a cantrip, so there is no lowest level. It's just you're casting Thorn Whip. You can also use an action to spend charges to cast the following spells from it: Spike Growth, 2 charges, Wall of Thorns, 6. Okay. Cheap tactics. Not cheap tactics. Databank. You didn't really dodge a bullet. You told me that you just asked me to switch my cameras. You weren't like, you could do both. You can rearrange your monitors. You don't know what my fucking life is like. You don't know what I'm capable of. You don't know what I can and can't do. Don't tell me how to shift stuff. Switching, flipping my camera, that's just 2 clicks. That's easy. I can try that. You don't know what the hell is that I have to try to build this thing in. Don't try to tell me what to do. I will reach through the camera, I will grab your throat, and I will pull it out of your face. And then I will breathe into it. And then I will put it back into your face. And then you will have my breath in your lungs. And then you shall become, you'll gain the ability to communicate with all the creatures that are tied to viscera. We're talking ravens, rats, cockroaches, vultures, maggots, flies, and let me tell you, you're not gonna like it because they are all grumpy, to say the least. Anyway, let's see what else this does. Thorns of Blood. As an action, you can cut yourself with the staff's thorns to sacrifice your own blood to make a special attack. You can choose to spend and roll a number of your hit dice, maximum of half your total hit dice, and take half the result as slashing damage. This damage cannot be reduced or negated in any way. You can then produce one of the following effects. All right, let's see what they are. You wonder what 2 camera flips upside down? I mean, you guys want to... we could do it right now. Could do that. Here, do you guys like that better? Is this what you prefer? We'll live like this now. Okay. You summon a circle of bloody vines that sprout from the flute. The flute? The fuck's the flute? You summon a circle of bloody vines that sprout from the flute and revolve around those surrounding you. What does that mean? Every creature within... This is a weird sentence. I would fix this. I don't know what you're trying to say here. Every creature within 5 feet of you must make a dex saving throw against your spell save DC or take a number of d8 slashing damage equal to the number of hit dice spent or have as much on a success. Okay. A 15-foot column of thorny vines erupts from the floor beneath the creature. You target one creature within 30 feet. The creature must make a dex saving throw against your spell save DC or take a number of d10 slashing damage equal to the number of hit dice spent, or half as much on a success. If a large or smaller creature fails the save of any of these two, it is restrained. Creature can use their action to attempt to set themselves free with a successful DC check. Additionally, if the creature fails the save of any of these... That's a weird phrasing. Fix it the way that I told you to fix the one up here, too. Additionally, if a creature fails the save of any of these effects by 10 or more, they take additional necrotic damage equal to half the slashing damage. I would probably drop this feature. It just seems tedious. The vines disappear in any space where a creature isn't restrained. You don't need this. This is fine. It's clear that they only are coming up where creatures are right earlier. Once you spend half your total hit dice this way, you can't use Thorns of Blood again until you regained all of your hit dice. I'm going to be honest. I don't think this should do nearly as much as it does. I think it does too much for a CR, for a very rare magic item. I think you could drop the +2, potentially. You could drop the spells. I would lean into the Thorn of Blood. I would lean into this stuff. And I would probably drop the extra spells. Maybe keep Thorn Whip, but drop the others. That's probably what I would do. It just feels like it does a little too much right now. Those are my thoughts. I like it. I like the sacrificing your hit points to do stuff. You have to just be a little cautious of how powerful that's going to be. But I do think it's fun. I just think it does a lot for a very rare item. A little bit too many things. But overall, I think it's good. Alrighty. All right, friends. We're going to be wrapping things up. Thank you for being here on stream tonight. Tomorrow, I am not streaming. But Tuesday, I'm going to be playing a game with Origami on stream. And I was thinking I might do some call-in shows beforehand. So I might start streaming at around like 7 and do like an hour or two of you guys calling in and us doing like D&D hotline until I stream with Ori. We'll see how that goes. But that's what I'd like to do on Tuesday anyway. And then otherwise, if you are interested in, having more stuff reviewed or whatever, or just talking to me more, consider, joining the Patreon, considering becoming a member, but no pressure. Anyway, thank you guys for sticking around. I hope you guys are cool with the, it's not Ori the game, it's Origami, my friend. And you're free. Welcome back, Bib. You took a bullet for the team tonight, but you're a champion, and you should not feel bad. You should feel good about yourself. I looked at Greed. I looked about halfway through it until I realized that I felt like it was not accomplishing the goal of feeling like Greed, and then I talked about why I felt like it wasn't accomplishing the goal of feeling like Greed, and I gave some suggestions of ways that you could make it do that more, and chat gave some good suggestions too. Either way, we will be back on Tuesday. I don't know exactly what time we'll be starting, but I think that I'll put something in the Discord. We'll probably start a little earlier than 9, because that's when the game is that I'm going to be playing with Origami. So we're going to be starting a little earlier, and we'll probably do some call-in show stuff so you guys can, and we can chat, and then we'll stream with Ori. And then on Thursday, we have another homebrew review night. And if you would like to be able to participate in that homebrew review night where you can come on stream and we can talk about your piece as I'm reviewing it, consider becoming a member. Consider joining the Patreon, because that's how you do that. Other than that, I have a new video that'll be coming on the next couple days. That's taking me a long time to make, longer than I like. Okay, anyway, I'm tired. You guys are good. I'm going to bed. 9 p.m. We're playing it. She's a late night streamer. She's a late night lady. I used to be late night. I'm still late night. Anyway, you guys are good. Have a good night. I love you. Bye. Good night. Goodbye. Have a good night. Happy Sunday. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sending me your stuff. Thanks for being a friend. Thanks for being brave and sharing things. Thanks for putting up with me when I yell at you. Thanks for having patience with me. Thank you for when I don't have patience for you, but you still appreciate me. I love you. You're the best. You make me a happy man. Okay, bye. I said bye.